to during the program, but we ask for your patience as we collectively create an inclusive space through these virtual platforms. Some guidelines on how to use this Zoom space. Brendan, can you please move to the interpretation slide for attendees? Audiences can listen to interpretation in English and French. Please note at the bottom of your screen the interpretation icon and select the appropriate language. For audiences, if you have technical difficulties, you can message in the chat and someone from the AGC support will be communicating with you to help with those difficulties. We will have a brief question and answer period in the middle of the day's event, so you can submit questions in the Q&A box, also found at the bottom of the screen. Due to limited time, we will not likely be able to answer all questions, but we encourage you to reach out to the Prolinnova network to follow up with today's speakers. I will be providing links in the chat for people to follow up. And also, this event is being recorded and will be available for public viewing on the AGC YouTube channel. So again, thank you so much to the Prolinnova network. And I believe we are ready to begin right on time. So thank you all for joining. I hope everyone has had a chance to choose their interpretation channel. And to start us off, we're going to hear from Chris Makulu, the co-chair of the Prolinnova Oversight Group. So we'll be hearing from Chris in just a moment.
Do I start, Julie?
Chris, yes, you can go ahead if you'd like.
Thank you, Julie. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are attending the conference from. As Julia has very clearly explained, this is the first virtual Farmer Innovation Fair that Prolinnova is coordinating and implementing. And therefore, I shall say there will be some hitches here and there, but we hope that given the good start that we have, it will move on very, very smoothly. I'll just give a brief overview of what Prolinnova is all about, because I know most of you know about it, but even it is said, remind them, even if they know. Prolinnova is an NGO-initiated international network and community of practice that promotes local innovation processes in ecologically oriented agriculture and natural resource management. It is important to state from the outset that Prolinnova is not a funded organization. It doesn't have core funding, neither does it have permanent staff. The way we operate is that projects exist, and these projects are implemented by the country platforms. Now, the idea of Prolinnova was conceived in 1999 at a meeting in France, which was supported by the Global Fund for Agricultural Research, Gfif, and the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And the participants at this meeting were mainly from the civil society organizations, and ETC Foundation of the Netherlands was given the mandate to build the Prolinnova network. So ETC facilitated the creation of country platforms, and it began that by beginning to create what you may call enabling environment, whereby small-scale family farmers could experiment, could innovate, and even share their innovation, both the process and product. But one thing that we should always have at the back of our minds that Prolinnova as an organization, as a network, emphasizes much more about process. People like what they can touch and feel, the product, but the product is merely as a result of a process which has taken a long time. And farmers go through that process to come up with product if necessary. So ETC was mandated to promote even documentation of both process and product, and to forge linkages and create multi-stakeholder forums and partnerships. And that is what Prolinnova thrives on. We work through multi-stakeholder partnerships. Even the national steering committees of every PC, of every CP, is a multi-stakeholder platform, bringing together people from different environments, different skills, different knowledge, and stuff like that. And also, apart from that, Prolinnova also aims at trying to use the experiences that we get from smallholder family farmers to influence policy, particularly with respect to agricultural development, research and development. And also, if we can scale Prolinnova experiences in institutions of higher learning. So country platforms began to be to emerge from about 2003, and the first international partners workshop held in 2004 in Ethiopia. And then the sky has been the limit now. A lot of country platforms have been formed over the years. And every year we had been doing the IPW, apart from last year when we had to do it online, virtually, because of the COVID. But we realized that ETC, which was the first home of Prolinnova, ETC closed down in the year 2015. And the secretariat was moved to another organization, another Dutch organization, known as the Royal Tropical Institute, or KIT, K-I-T in short, in Amsterdam, where I think Shesha still sits as a member of the international support team. Now, we have, in the recent past, we were trying to go through two processes. That is the process of southernization and regionalization. But southernization basically meant that we realized that the majority of the country platforms are from the global south. And members felt that the secretariat or Prolinnova should be in the global south. So that is what we are calling southernization as a process. Now, we ran into headwinds. We tried the much we could. It was a very closely supervised exercise, but we didn't succeed in getting an organization in the global south that was that had the resources and the staff and the time to host the secretariat. So then we tried to modify that into into regionalization. Can we now work in regions? And currently we were thinking of the Africa as a region, the Andes as a region, Asia as a region. And then recently, Europe is emerging as a region as well. But in Africa, because of the diversity of the continent and because of the number of country platforms, we have split it into two sub-regions. The West and Central Africa sub-region and the Eastern and Southern Africa sub-region. which are currently being steered by the sub-regional coordinators. We have one in the west and central, and we have Ali there, and then we have Wanyama in the Eastern and Southern Africa sub-region. The regionalization process is still work in progress. It is still moving on. It is not finished yet, and a lot of learning is taking place. Now, Prolinnova as a network focuses on it focuses on the innovation and experimentation by small-scale family farmers. When you talk about farmers within Prolinnova concept, we include the fisher folk, we include the pastoralists, we include the forest dwellers as well. Now, we may want to ask ourselves certain questions. The first question is, why the focus on small-scale family farmers? Why does Prolinnova do that? And we find that the participation of small-scale family farmers in knowledge creation through innovation and experimentation has been neglected or ignored by the so-called formal scientists over a period of time. You see, you can take this from somebody like me who has studied Latin for 6 years in school, that the word science is derived from a Latin word scientia, which basically means skill or knowledge. Now, if you exclude smallholder farmers that they are not scientists, then we are in a way implying that they don't have any skills, they don't have any knowledge which they can pass, which can be useful to society and even to the so-called formal scientists. I think this neglect, this bad treatment of smallholder farmers by the formal scientists is actually arrogance, which is propped up by ignorance, because they are ignorant of what small-scale farmers are doing, and therefore they think that their work is superior to the work of smallholder farmers. So that is how Prolinnova now focuses on that, to try to bring about acknowledgement. People must notice and appreciate that smallholder farmers do engage in experimentation and innovation. Another question that you may want to ask is, yes, do family farmers innovate and experiment, which results in creation of knowledge? And the answer is a big yes. Farmers continually find new ways and better ways of doing things. And what the smallholder farmers engage in is very practical, because the experiment they do is supposed to answer certain very practical challenges that face them every day. So very little theory in terms of, let's say, publishing, doing research and publishing for promotion or getting money. They do very, very down-to-earth, practical experimentation and research. And this results in co-creation of knowledge, or what you may want to call the convergence of indigenous knowledge and scientific knowledge. And that is the way that knowledge should be created and the frontiers of knowledge pushed forward. When you integrate what indigenous knowledge has to offer and what you may call modern science or formal science has to offer. And I think as Prolinnova members, we know that this is done through participatory innovation development, what we call farmer-led joint research. When farmers come together to work with formal scientists, but the identification of the research problem, the research question, is on the table of the farmer. So the farmer is the one who is leading and being supported by the formal scientists. So therefore, holding farmer innovation fairs is important. It's an important way of exposing and showcasing these innovations and the innovators themselves. And what they do, because they are never been given a chance. They don't write them. Formal scientists write papers out of their experiments and share them widely. But the small-scale farmers don't have that kind of platform. So Prolinova's idea of the Farmer Innovation Fair is a very novel one and very, very useful. So therefore, Prolinnova has been organizing these fairs over time. And why are the innovation fairs important? One is that they provide, as I said, they provide a platform that encourages sharing and learning by small-scale family farmers. Because the people in Vietnam doing experiments there and innovation there, the people in Tamale in northern Ghana, and the people in Ethiopia, Tigray region, may never meet physically. But if at all such platforms are organized, they can share and learn from each other. Another reason why it is important is that sharing and learning is a two-way traffic. The innovator will learn from the questions that will be asked so that they can improve on the process or even on the product. But the people who come, the visitors, also learn. So it's a two-way traffic, a way for the innovators and the visitors and others to exchange ideas. And when they meet, people can either adopt the innovation. Secondly, they can adapt the innovation to their circumstances, and they can also spread it. And examples, since Prolinnova started holding innovation fairs are there to be seen. One example is the shape of the egg determining the sex of the chick. That was an innovation from Kenya, was taken by the Ethiopians when they came to the Eastern Africa Innovation Fair in Nairobi, and they moved a step with it. The same also may be said of the finger millet that is put in a tree nursery, and then instead of broadcasting, that was also done by a Kenyan innovator and was taken by Prolinnova country platform in India and experiment. So you see, adaptation and spread is very important as an outcome of innovation fairs. Holding these fairs is also important. It is one of the ways of dialoguing with formal researchers. You see, when researchers come and then they see, they may be, some of them will get convinced because they will be able to see that these things are actually important. What the farmers are doing are very, very important as problem-solving enterprises, problem-solving initiatives. Documentation, is a very rare exercise, and in situations where the farmers are, their level of literacy is not very high, farmer innovation fairs are most important because they may not document them very well, and so that they can share it with other people. But when people come to see what is being done in different parts of the country, it's part of the documentation in practice. They say seeing is believing. People, when they see, they touch, they feel, it convinces them more when they just read about it. So farmer innovation fairs provide that kind of situation. Apart from this one that we are doing virtually, you may only be able to see, but I'm sure you will not be able to touch like if it was being done practically and on the ground. But seeing is believing. And when you see, they say a picture, probably, I don't know whether I'm getting what, it's better than 1,000 words. You can describe something and then people don't get it very well. But when they see it, they can then feel it. They can then ask questions. They can then feel and be part and parcel of it. It is also important that an important aspect of farmer innovation fairs is that, you know, donors get exposed to what small-scale farmers can do by their own resources, using their own resources by themselves, with very little outside resources coming to support them. And therefore, it is very important for us to be having such meetings. The next 2 days, there's something for everyone, for all of us. I know nobody's going to go home saying, oh, I didn't see anything new. Then you would have missed the whole idea of why we are having these things. So there's something for everyone to go home with. And it will also help us as Prolinnova practitioners, because we are going to learn from this first virtual innovation fair so that we can do it in a better way when we shall learn from some of the experience that we shall know for the next 2 days. How can we do it much better? They say this is now the new normal. Who knows, we may continue doing innovation fairs virtually for the next 5 years. So as practitioners, I said, let us try to identify learning points that can help us do it much better in the future. So on behalf of the Prolinnova Oversight Group, known as the POG, I wish you 2 days of fruitful interaction and learning. And I'm sure everybody's going to enjoy it. So thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Muchas gracias. Asante sana. Thank you.
All right. I think I'm going to take over from Chris. Thank you very much, Chris, for your welcome. I'm Shasha Vettasinger, and as Chris mentioned to you, I used to be with ETC Foundation in the Netherlands and now based at the Royal Tropical Institute in Amsterdam. I am from Sri Lanka, but currently in a very, very cold Dutch environment. It's been a cold winter suddenly. But apart from what I'm doing in the Royal Tropical Institute, I have also been a part of the Prolinnova international support team for the past 20 years. And I have to say that it has been an extremely inspiring journey of 20 years. And I have this great, big, extended Prolinnova family across the world. So many farmer innovators, their families, and a whole bunch of committed and passionate colleagues with whom we have taken this journey. I think that Chris has covered a lot of what I would have also said, but today, the first day of this event, we are going to focus on what we call local innovation. Now, in Prolinnova, when we talk about local innovation, we are talking about a process by which local people find new and better ways of doing things using their own locally available resources, own initiative, without external support, and drawing on their own knowledge and creativity. And sometimes it is to solve a problem, but sometimes it's just to grab an opportunity that arises. And sometimes people just do it even out of curiosity. And now innovations can be done by individuals, but there are also times when people get together to come up with something new. Now, we call these local innovations because we're talking about something new within a given locality. and not really in absolute terms. So for instance, there could be an innovation of a water lifting device, let's say in a village in Ethiopia, which is new to that locality. But it could well be that such a device has been used elsewhere for much longer, but it is new in that locality. And local innovation is also using the word innovation often gives the connotation of technology. And it could be because of the IT dominating our lives, we hear about all these new technological innovations. But local innovation is far wider than just technological innovations, such as a new design of a beehive or some kind of botanical to manage a pest or a disease. Local innovation goes beyond that to encompass social organizational innovation or institutional innovations. For instance, a community could come up with a novel way of marketing a produce, or they could come up with a protocol for preventing fires. So these are also innovations that one needs to look at when we talk about local innovation. Now, local innovations are abundant and they can be found everywhere. But the fact of the matter is that often people who are involved in agricultural research and development are unable to see them. So I ask myself, how come when I go into a farming community or visit a farmer, I almost seem to see lots of things, wonderful things happening. And why is it that somebody else does not seem to see that? And I think it's because of this widely held perception about small-scale farmers, who are people who are, as Chris mentioned, people who are not educated, people who are not knowledgeable, people who are always needing to be helped, and not as people who are creative and have their own solutions. So I think that to discover these local innovations, we need to have a different perception. We need to have a shift of mindset, almost a role reversal from what we are used to doing. So we need to get into a community and be willing to listen, be willing to observe, and be willing to be in the supportive role. We just simply need to consider farmers, small-scale farmers, as equal partners in the development process. And I think that today, this whole event is about that, about seeing farmers as creative, as knowledgeable, as people who have their own solutions. And as Chris mentioned, we always celebrate local innovation. And as he mentioned, we give recognition to farm innovators because it does build their self-esteem and their confidence. I have often heard from farm innovators who have been in a farm innovation fair or any other event that they feel that they are being recognized. And in some way or the other, we are giving back the dignity that belongs to them. It also stimulates other community members to come forward with their innovations and to be engaged in a more proactive way of deciding what they want to do. And moreover, it also provides entry points for people who are coming from outside, from all the other stakeholders, to work together with communities. So not looking at problems, but looking at solutions and having a solution focus rather than a problem focus. So basically, today we are going to look at local innovation in all its variety. And we are going to concentrate also on the fact that Chris also mentioned, that the process of local innovation, the process of people actually finding solutions for themselves, is the capacity that is built through Prolinnova, the capacity to innovate. And the product of innovation, which are which could be useful to a given community in a certain area, it's fine. But it's this capacity that we have been trying to strengthen as we go along. So on this note, I am going to hand over to Suman Manandar, my Prolinnova colleague from Nepal, who is going to moderate the first session of this webinar. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Shesha. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes,
I'm
please go
Suman
ahead.
Manandar from Nepal. I have been affiliated with Prolinnova for more than 15 years. Currently, I am a member of the Prolinnova Oversight Group. I'm moderating today's first session entitled Innovators in Urban Settings with two innovators. Let me introduce the first innovator, Tulsi Gewali, whose innovation is on managing household waste and growing vegetables within the limited space of her home in densely populated urban area. She hails from Chitwan district and lives in Bharatpur, one of the major cities in Nepal. She has been managing her household waste for the last 18 years and has been an example to many. She has been honored with the prize for women's creativity in rural life by the Switzerland-based Women's World Summit Foundation in 2016 for innovation of growing vegetables on her rooftop by self-managing household waste. In addition, she also received first prize at the National Innovation Fair organized by Prolinnova Nepal in 2009 in Kathmandu in collaboration with Rebird, Easy Mode, and Practical Action Nepal. She has shared her knowledge and experience to many households with the help of municipality. She has also trained many people in numerous workshops and seminars organized in Nepal on waste management. Let us have a look at a short video on her innovation. I would like to acknowledge the support of Smriti Bajachare for the narration in English. After the video, Sharad Rai, who has been actively involved in Prolinnova Nepal for the last 15 years, will ask the innovator Tulsi few questions. Let's see the video of Tulsi Gewali.
I am Tulsi Gewali. I reside in Siauli Bazar of Bharatpur municipality in Chitwan district. I have been managing my household waste for the last 18 years as I have nowhere to dispose of waste within my home. As the municipality does not come regularly to collect garbage, I came up with this innovation. My innovation comprises of ring composting, making useful items from plastic waste, and vermicomposting. I categorize my household waste into 3 classes. First is decomposable waste, second is non-decomposable waste, third is waste to be given to the municipal collection. I use the ring to make compost. I pour the green waste at the top end and collect the compost from the bottom of the ring. This ring is very easy to use. I add 1 handful of soil to 2 kg of decomposable waste. It takes 2 to 3 months to convert the waste into compost. I use this compost for rooftop and kitchen gardening. Growing vegetables on my rooftop has been very beneficial to me. I produce and consume pesticide-free vegetable from my own home, which is good for my health. In addition, it has also helped in keeping the environment clean. My neighbors have also picked up my innovation and are using it. The municipality has also replicated my innovation to other suburbs. Many people have benefited from this innovation. I categorize non-decomposable waste into two classes. From usable non-decomposable waste, I make decorative items. I use empty plastic bottles as containers to store foodstuff. Some waste is sold at a minimal price. Thus, the waste given to the municipal collector is very minimal as I recycle all the waste within my house. I would encourage others to adopt this innovation. I have received several awards from national and international agencies for my efforts. Let us not throw our household waste on the streets. Let us hand over a beautiful earth to our future generation. This will help maintain hygiene in our houses and help the municipality in keeping the city clean and green.
Okay, namaste and hello everybody. Thank you, Suman, for handing over the session to me, the facilities session. And I'm Sarad Rai from Nepal. And I'm going to ask a few questions to Tulsi, who I'm sure you are familiar with after watching the video. I'll be interpreting both the questions and the responses in English. So, मेरो पहिला प्रश्न तुलसीजी तपाईलाई तपाईले यो अन्वेषण किन गर्नुभयो के कारण
मेरो घर आँगन सानो भएको र खुला ठाउँ पनि
Sorry, I noticed that I think you are unmuted. You are muted. So, Suman, do you mind coming in and helping Tulsi unmute?
Okay. बोल्नु Okay, second question.
All right, I think there were some disturbances. Okay, the first response that we received, the question was, why did you start with recycling household waste? So what was actually the reason? Why did you come up with this? How did you come up with this innovation? So her response was, I have a very small house with limited open space, and I used to face difficulties in managing waste products. And because the municipality usually comes to collect waste only once a month, these used to get accumulated for a long period of time, which became more difficult for me to manage all the household waste. म तपाईलाई अर्को प्रश्न गर्छु तपाईले यो अन्वेषणबाट चाहिँ के फाइदा पायो तपाईलाई परिवारलाई के फाइदा भयो
सर्वप्रथम त मैले विषादी रहित ताजा तरकारी आफ्नै घरको कौसीमा उत्पादन गरी खान पाएँ त्यसका लागि चाहिने मल पनि घरबाटै निस्केको फोहोरबाट उत्पादन गर्न पाएँ यसले मेरो खर्चको बचत साथै वातावरण स्वच्छ तथा हरियाली बनाउन मद्दत पुर्यायो
My next question to Tulsi was, what are the benefits that you could derive from this innovation for you and your family members? Her response is, first of all, I'm able to grow pesticide-free fresh vegetables for consumption on the rooftop of my house using the manure produced from waste. As a result, this has helped me save money in addition to keeping my household environment clean and green. अर्को प्रश्न तुलसीजी यो प्रोनिलोभा भन्ने यो साझेदारी संस्थाहरूले तपाईलाई कसरी सहयोग गरे
पोलिनोभाका साझेदार संस्थाहरू इको सेन्टर, लिभर, प्राक्टिकल एक्सनले मेरो अन्वेषणलाई प्रवर्धन गर्न मद्दत पुर्यायो। मलाई विभिन्न तहका स्थानीय, राष्ट्रिय तथा अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय अन्वेषण मेलाहरूमा भाग लिन लगाई मेरो ज्ञान र सिप प्रचार प्रसार गर्नुका साथै बढाउनको लागि मद्दत गरिदिनु भयो। आफ्नो प्रविधि प्रदर्शन गरेर राष्ट्रिय तथा अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय पुरस्कार प्राप्त गरे। मेरो अन्वेषणलाई भरतपुर महानगरपालिकाले पनि नगरपालिका प्रत्येक वडामा फैलाएको छ।
The question is, how did Prolinnova partners support you in promoting your innovation? Her response is, Prolinnova partners like Eco Center, Labor, and Practical Action have supported me in promoting my innovation. They have provided me with the opportunity to disseminate my knowledge through exposures in various innovation fairs and platforms at local, national, and even international levels. I have also received several national and international level awards. And besides, at the local level, the municipality has helped me spread my innovation at the community level. तपाईँको लास्ट प्रश्न, अन्तिम प्रश्न चाहिँ तपाईँले तपाईँको अन्वेषणलाई कसरी बाँड्नुभयो, आदान प्रदान गर्नुभयो, प्रचार गर्नुभयो अरूसँग?
मैले विगत 18 वर्षदेखि मेरो अन्वेषण तथा ज्ञानलाई एक नमुना प्रशिक्षकको हिसाबबाट विभिन्न सामुदायिक संस्था, सरकारी तथा गैर सरकारी संस्थाका प्रतिनिधिहरूको साथै शैक्षिक संस्थाका विद्यार्थीहरूलाई पनि मेरो अनुभव बाँड्ने गरेकी छु। धेरैजसो व्यक्तिहरू मेरो घरमै आउनु भएर मेरो अन्वेषण हेर्नुहुन्छ। धन्यवाद।
The last question to Tulsi from our side was, how do you share your experience with other community members and other representatives of the community? So her response is, for the last 18 years, I have been promoting and sharing my knowledge to community members, representatives from various government organizations, NGOs, and international non-government organizations, including academic institutions, but basically in the role of a trainer and a role model. There are individuals who also visit my house to learn more about my innovation. Thank you. So that was a short interview with Tulsi. And before I sign off, I'd like to thank Tulsi on behalf of the whole Prolinnova Nepal family for her valuable time. And having said that, I would like to hand the session back over to Suman, the moderator of this session. So thank you very much. Stay safe and stay happy. Thank you.
For this short conversation. Now let me introduce you the second urban innovator, Sheikh Narayan Mahajan, who is also from Nepal. His innovations are creating a rooftop garden that includes fruit trees, ornamentals, herbs, vegetables, salad. Sorry, I got disconnected. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I beg your pardon because of some network connection. So I again continue. His innovations are in creating a rooftop garden that includes fruit trees, ornamentals, herbs, vegetables, salads, and medicinal plants. He has established many ecosystems on his rooftop. Shekha has a long experience as a gardener and landscape resource person for many organizations in Kathmandu, both local and international, such as Nepal Floriculture Association, Kathmandu Municipality, UN Habitat, UNICEF, and many more. He has also worked as a consultant to Kathmandu-based nursery, where he helps in feasibility studies, garden design, landscaping, plantation, and garden maintenance services, as well as kitchen gardening, rooftop gardening, and indoor-outdoor plants care and flower decoration services. He has given training to more than 17,000 households on rooftop gardening through the municipality, NGOs and INGOs. His innovations on rooftop garden has become more popular and useful when people were stuck in their houses due to movement restriction during the COVID-19 pandemic. As markets were almost closed and fruits and vegetables were not transported from rural parts of the country to the urban areas, people with rooftop gardens had a steady supply of fruits and vegetables. He dreams to train school children, help to build up capacity of women on rooftop gardening, and share his knowledge and experiences with small landholding farmers locally and globally. Let's have a look at a short video on his innovation. Over to you, Julia.
Hello everybody, Namaste. I am Seknarayan Maharjan in Kathmandu. Today, my innovation of the rooftop gardening is I briefing in shortly. First, I want to speak about soil media making in my rooftop garden and soil. For the lighter soil, I used to make 3 part of the sandy soil, 2 part of the cocoa peat, and 1 part compost or vermicompost. And additionally we can add leaf mold and the rice husk, black ash. Also we can add. And the same time, and it is need to turn over about 3 times thoroughly for the well mixed. Then we can have a good pile of the compost and all the soil media for the fertility for the rooftop gardening. We can use all the household level at all the sacks, poly bags, geotextile bags for the planting purpose, and we can use all the things. Another thing I use in my rooftop garden is the waste clothes and waste PET bottles as a bottle gardening, and waste clothes as a combination of the cement liquid and all the mixing with the shape of the planter. And the waste carton box can be used for the household level seed sowing trays. We don't need buy any expensive anything for the seed tray. You can normally use our carton box as a seed tray. And household level seed sowing method, as we can use as the lighter soil as we made in before, and we can use them. And another useful thing I use on the waste paper as a nursery plant making things, as a this PET bottle, that's plastic cups and plastic paper cups as a sheet starting, and also the hardening for the same things. So about any, I have also used some waste pipe as a vertical gardening, and the same other and PET bottle also as a vertical garden in my house. And vermicomposting and aerobic bin composting also I use for my kitchen waste, and all the organic waste for the bin composting, and the kitchen waste usually I use for the vermicompost. And another one, I use the wastewater and grey water collection from my kitchen side sink and outer basin. I use all the water for the rooftop gardening and our container gardening in my house. Usually the most of the rainy season I collect the rainwater for the other house use and for the plant irrigation purpose. And the water usually under one interesting I tried in my house is the watercress grown in my constant trap container. This is really good growing. About every 2 weeks I can have a good supply of the watercress vegetable as a salad and as a vegetable. Usually I use the liquid plant food and kitchen herbs as a kitchen pesticide, and about all the kitchen herbs and as a ginger and all the kitchen herbs I use with a little bit of the soap, or we spray in the plants if there's any infection, any aphids, any caterpillars we can use. And sometimes I use the 10% of the milk water dilution for the most of the fungus infection. It's quite works well. I have been using my rooftop permanent garden with the help of the establishment of the UV plastic sheet as a waterproofing membrane, and the standard installation of the pipe fitting drainage system for my rooftop garden. As well, I'm a gardener to set up another people's garden. Also, I have used this type of the my invention for the many garden in the Kathmandu, Lalitpur, and many districts instead of the conventional very expensive drainage system. During my 15 years experience after this rooftop gardening and training program, I have many places we have invented and innovated the raised bed, vegetable grown bed for the easy working to all age people who can do very easy working in the rooftop. And other locally available cheap bamboo can be made better particle bamboo racks for the zero line schools and homes. This is very important to work in the cheaper and very inexpensive material to use in our household level and other places for the promoting the greenhouse.
Thank you for the video. Now I'd like to ask some few questions to Sheikh Narayan Marjan. My first question to him is, what is the reason you started doing rooftop gardening?
I moved from the rural farm to the city and had no space to do gardening outside. So I decided to do on my rooftop garden.
Okay, my second question is, how did you want to achieve with your rooftop gardening?
There are many traditional built house in the urban area like Kathmandu city. My objective was to find a way to gardening with a lighter soil, because our traditional house cannot take the weight of the heavy soil on a rooftop.
Okay, so who supported you?
My innovation was all my own idea, but for the work of setting up the rooftop garden, my family helped me a lot. After many years of my innovation, I got support from UN Habitat, Raw Foundation to disseminate my innovation, but I have also got support to upgrade my knowledge in the field of wastewater and rainwater collection and vertical gardening.
My fourth question is, what are the key challenges you encountered and how did you address them?
The main challenge in the weight bearing capacity of the rooftop of my traditional household, which have a weak structure, making it vulnerable to earthquake. I address them by using a light planting medium. Waterproofing for rooftop is also another challenge. It will spoil the whole house through the seepage if you don't make your roof waterproof. I use plastic membrane and 2-inch PVC pipes for the drainage and flooring to make it waterproof, which is almost 200% cheaper than the waterproofing sold by the hardware stores.
Okay, my another question is, what benefits have you derived from this garden?
I have flowers for the religious rites. 75% of vegetables and 25% of the fruit from my family's requirement comes from the rooftop garden. And I also produce medicinal plants and herbs. People visiting my rooftop say that I have a garden in the sky, which is an amazing, restful place. The green space is my rooftop provide a relaxing, and it is a busy city. I don't sell my produce selling seedlings and seeds, but sharing them with my neighbors free of charge. That has given me a family strong social boundaries with our neighbors.
Okay, so how have you been sharing your knowledge?
I have been working as a resource person for many NGOs, INGOs in Kathmandu metropolitan city for the rooftop garden, and many people come to my place to see and learn from my experience.
So my last question to you is, how many people have you supported in setting up rooftop gardens? How do you help them?
Approximately 17,000 people have been trained through webinar and physical trainings. Many media people have visited my rooftop garden and giving coverage of my rooftop. And many researchers from the national and international sector, including students, trainees from the different community, also visit my rooftop.
Okay, thank you very much, Shekha, for your innovation and answering all my queries.
Okay, thank you. Namaste.
Let me thank all the innovators, facilitators for their invaluable time, for participating in this first session on innovators in urban settings of the first ever Verbal Global Farmer Innovation Fair 2021. Now, I would like to hand over to Pratap Kumar Srestha from the touristic city of Pokhara in Nepal to moderate the next session on crop-related innovations. Thank you everyone once again. Bye for now. Over to you, Pratap Kumar Srestha.
Thank you, Suman. Welcome all to the second session, which is equally very exciting. And as Suman introduced me, thanks Suman for introducing me. And I also have been associated with Prolinnova since 2004 and was involved in setting up Prolinnova Nepal program and served in POG for a number of years. And I'm very happy to moderate this session in the first Global Farmer Innovation Fair 2021, as has been said. And the title of this session is Crop-Related Innovations. As we all know, farmers have been actually experimenting, innovating since the very beginning of when they were hunters, gatherers, to secure food for themselves and their tribes, and later by domesticating plants, crops for food, for their food, nutrition, and medicine. So all the needs of their family, their tribe, their communities. And so as Cesar mentioned earlier, there are hundreds of crop-related innovations. And when we say crop-related innovations, these are innovations developed by farmers over time, which is good for and which is useful for them for the production of crops, harvesting, storing, even processing of the crops. So all these crop-related innovations, there are hundreds and hundreds all over the world, especially by smallholder farmers, by women and men equally. But for this session, we have selected two categories of innovations. One is related to crop development, or plant breeding to develop, which develops new variety. And another category is farm tools, farm mechanization is used in farm mechanizations. And as we know, like farmers have been breeders from the very beginning. They have been selecting from the variation they have. They have been experimenting in their farm. They bring crops and variety from different places when they visit their neighbors, market, and other places. So the hundreds of crop species and thousands of variety we have now actually is result of farmer innovation, farmer breeding. And this is very important. Still now, these crops and varieties are actually contributing much higher for the food security than the plant varieties, new varieties, which is developed through formal system, through scientists in the research organization or university. So this is very important aspect of farmer innovation, which farmers have been involved since a long time. We have similarly, the mechanization actually started with tools, like when farmers were hunters and then they used for tilling the land, and when they started tilling land and harvesting. So there has been like a huge range of farm tools as part of farm mechanization to reduce the labor, the drudgery of the farmer, smallholder farmers, especially the women farmers. So we have these two category of innovations, which will be presented by our farmers from South India. And just one thing to mention is, in this modern era, when there is lot of privatization pressure, where even the new varieties bred by private companies are actually putting a pressure, limiting access to new variety and seeds. So even though farmers' seed system has big contribution in the food security, they are limited in terms of policy. They are constrained in terms of policy. Even when farmers develop a new variety, it's difficult for them to actually multiply the seed and legally market it. So, but the good side is, like, because of that pressure, farm is encouraging farmers to innovate more. So there is also this within the Prolinnova, we are discussing the idea of copyleft, which is like putting this innovation in open source for everybody to use freely, but also pass on, even develop on that and pass on to other farmers, and prohibiting the private companies to exploit or those innovations. So with that, I now hand over to two facilitators that we have today. Hubby Matthews from South India. He's associated with St. Thomas Mission Society. And he will be facilitating, helping the farmer, yes, Bode Gowda, who has innovation in farmer variety, develop a farmer variety. And in India, we have number of cases. Even the national government has awarded a lot of farmer breeders. They call the Gene Saver Award and others. So this is going to be very interesting, and this will be in local language, in Malayalam. You see, in India, you have hundreds of languages. Of course, you go to another community, you have different language. And then we have James TJ James, who is also from South India. He's associated with Creative Council, a non-profit organization working with the farmers and farming community. Welcome, James, as well. And he will be helping two farmers, Jose brothers, Jose Vivi and Jose Cherian, who has a very interesting innovation on a tool for uprooting cassava, which is cassava, it's a tapioca, is also called tapioca, or yucca. And this is one of the hard job for the farmers to take out the root. It's a labor intensive and has a lot of drudgery. So these brothers has developed this innovation, and they are also marketing. And this will also be a local language, and it's in Canada. It's 2 different languages. So I hand over now first to Matthews, and then to James. So Javi, to you to help farmers too. So I think this is 2 live story. First is the rice varieties live story with photo, and the other is live story with video.
Okay, good evening, and thank you, Dr. Pratap. I am Habi Matthew. I am working at St. Thomas Mission Society in Karnataka. And this evening, I am very happy to introduce a great innovator, Mr. Bore Gowda, who is 48 years old, lives in a small village called Shivalli in the district of Mandya in Karnataka state. See, in 2008, he has innovated a very novel variety of rice that is called Siddhasanna variety of paddy. And this has become so popular these days that almost 1,500 farmers in the states of Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, and Telangana are cultivating at present. And another interesting factor about this innovator is that from 2004 onwards, he has become an organic farmer. So he cultivates paddy, sugarcane, and vegetables, but everything is certified as organic. So he is an innovator and he is an certified organic farmer. And he is going to narrate about the innovation Siddhasanna variety of paddy, which has become so popular in almost every state in South India. And here he is, Mr. Bore Gowda, and he talks in Kannada, not in Malayalam, because people in Karnataka uses Kannada. And my colleague, Mr. Stephen, will translate it into English. So let's hear from his mouth. Mr. Bore Gowda.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ, ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಬೋರೇಗೌಡ. ನಾನು ಶಿವಳ್ಳಿ ಗ್ರಾಮ, ಮಂಡ್ಯ ತಾಲೂಕು, ಮಂಡ್ಯ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ, ಇಂಡಿಯಾ.
Good morning, good evening everyone who are participated here. My name is Stephen, and Mr. Boregoda has already explained. He's from Shivalli, a small town. He has invented a different variety called Siddhasanna variety. I'm going to be translating his local language to English and briefing about what are the points we are discussing in this conversation. First thing is the new variety, how he has invented. Second thing is what are the challenges he faced while developing that variety. And the third thing is who has helped him. And fourth is who inspired him to develop this variety. And fifth point is how did he share his experience with other farmers. As Mr. Our father Abhi Matthew already explained a few points while conversation, we will also add up some few more points and we will give you the brief about the product, new variety. Thank you.
ನಾನು ಮತ್ತೆ ನನ್ನ ಒಬ್ರು ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಮತ್ತೆ 3 ಜನ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, 2 ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು, ಒಬ್ಬ ಮಗ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ. ನನಗೆ ಸುಮಾರು 4 ಎಕರೆ ಜಮೀನಿದೆ. 4 ಎಕರೆ ಜಮೀನಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಭತ್ತ ಮತ್ತೆ ಬಾಳೆ, ಕಬ್ಬು ಮತ್ತೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ತರಕಾರಿಗಳನ್ನ ಬೆಳೀತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಭತ್ತದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಒತ್ತು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ನಾನು ಭತ್ತವನ್ನ ಬೆಳೀತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ.
So my name is Boregoda, and he is having a wife and 3 kids, and he is an organic farmer now. So now presently he is cultivating paddy, vegetables, sugarcane, and banana, etc. So he is mainly, previously he was focusing on using pesticides and chemical fertilizing, but previously his bad experience of health made him to think about what is the issue, why it went wrong. So he re-engineered himself, and he came to know that the issue was with the food what he's having. So then he finally decided to change over to organic farming. That is, he has, from 2004 he started purely organic with certification of IMO certification, which presently we are already certified. So he is using all organic method of growing, and now he is in successful of in growing.
ಸುಮಾರು ನಾನು 2004ರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಆರ್ಗ್ಯಾನಿಕ್ ಫಾರ್ಮಿಂಗ್ ಬಂದೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಪತ್ರಿಕೆಗಳು ಮತ್ತೆ ದಿನನಿತ್ಯ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಈ ಪತ್ರಿಕೆಗಳ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಯಶೋಗಾಥೆ, ರೈತರ ಯಶೋಗಾಥೆಗಳನ್ನ ನೋಡಿ ನಾನು ಏನಾದ್ರು ಒಂದು ಹೊಸತನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಒಂದು ಭತ್ತದ ತಳಿನ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಪಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಮನಸ್ಸಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂತು. ಆಗ ನಾನು ಈ ಭತ್ತದ ತಳಿ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾನು ಹುಡುಕ ಹೋದಾಗ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಒಂದು ಸಹಜ ಸಮೃದ್ಧ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು NGO ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತು. ಅದರಿಂದ ನಾನು ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಮಾಹಿತಿ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾನು ನಂದೇ ಆದಂತ ಸ್ವಂತ ಒಂದು ಭತ್ತವನ್ನ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಪಡಿಸಿದೆ. ಅದರ ಹೆಸರು ನಾನು ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿಗೆ ಮುಡಿಪಾಗಿಟ್ಟು ಅದನ್ನ ನಮ್ಮ ತಂದೆ ಹೆಸರು ಮತ್ತೆ ತಾಯಿ ಹೆಸರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿದ್ದಸಣ್ಣ ಅಂತ ಹೆಸರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಕರೀತಾ ಅದನ್ನ ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ.
So while what inspired him, so the inspiration come by reading the magazines of other farmers innovations, and when he was reading other farmers innovations and other newspapers, he was inspired by one of the farmer who has invented new varieties. So why can't we can invent this kind of new variety? This kind of brainstorming work he was doing here for himself, and he thought to develop a local variety. He was presently growing a local variety in his farm. Then he decided to take over a new variety which was not aware how to do it. There was a lot of challenges, how to do it, how to monitor it, who will support. There was some financial crisis also. So at that time, a NGO called Sahaja Samruddhi came into the picture, and they supported him to develop this variety.
ಈ ರೀತಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊ ಬಂದಾಗ ಒಂದು ವೆರೈಟಿನ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಪಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಬೇಕಾದಷ್ಟು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ತೊಂದರೆಗಳು ಮತ್ತೆ ಕಷ್ಟ ನಷ್ಟಗಳು ಅನುಭವಿಸ್ಬೇಕಾಯ್ತದೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ನಿಲ್ತು. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ತಳಿನ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಪಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ದಾಖಲೆಗಳನ್ನ ದಾಖಲಿಸಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆ ದಾಖಲೆಗಳನ್ನ ಅದನ್ನ ನನಗೆ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಆ ದಾಖಲೆಗಳನ್ನ ನನಗೆ ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ತು. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ತೆಂಡೆಗಳ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಬರ್ತದೆ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಯಾವಾಗ ಇದು ತೆಂಡೆಗಳ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆ, ತೆನೆಗಳು ಬರ್ತವೆ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಈ ಗರಿಯ ಉದ್ದ ಎಷ್ಟು, ಗರಿಯ ಅಗಲ ಎಷ್ಟು, ಮತ್ತೆ ತೆನೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಬಾಗ್ತದೆ, ಆ ಕಾಳಿನ ಉದ್ದ ಎಷ್ಟು, ಕಾಳಿನ ಗಾತ್ರ ಎಷ್ಟು, ಕಾಳು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಇರ್ತದೆ, ಕಾಳು ದಪ್ಪ ಇರ್ತದೋ ಸಣ್ಣ ಇರ್ತದೋ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ದಾಖಲೆಗಳನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆ ದಾಖಲೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ತು. ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನಿಗಳು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಅನೇಕ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ರೈತ ಅದನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಬೇಕಾದಷ್ಟು ತೊಂದರೆಗಳನ್ನ ಅನುಭವಿಸ್ಬೇಕಾಯ್ತದೆ. ಆ ತೊಂದರೆಗಳನ್ನ ನಿವಾರಣೆ ಮಾಡಿದಂತ ದಾರಿಯನ್ನ ತೋರ್ಸ್ಕೊಟ್ಟದ್ದು ನನಗೆ ಸಹಜ ಸಮೃದ್ಧಿ. ಅದ್ರ ಸಹಾಯದಿಂದ ನಾನು ಒಂದು ತಳಿನ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಪಡಿಸಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಪ್ರಚಲಿತವಾಗಿ ನಾನು ನಡೆಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ.
So presently, when he started thinking of new variety development, so the NGO called Sahaja Samruddhi, who helped him for data analysis, since he is a normal farmer, he cannot afford for financially, he was also in crisis. So if you want to develop a variety, he needs basically, he want to analyze the seeds, what are the challenges, like how to monitor the diseases, when disease comes, how to solve, what we need to put it for reducing the diseases, what kind of diseases will occur, what will be the pinnacle length, what is the seeds will be growing in the pinnacle, what will be the stem strength. So those additional data analysis, he was not able to do it. So then the NGO called Sahaja Samruddhi, they have supported him for the development activity. This was a big challenge for him while before developing, but after the interference of NGO Sahaja Samruddhi, they have done and supported him financially and for the development of this varieties. Now he is in South India. He has developed for 1,500 farmers has been cultivating this variety. Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, and Telangana. So the maximum 30% of cultivation is happening in Telangana, and the remaining parts of our South India is now booming up of this variety. So adding to his point, which he has not disclosed, now I want to add one more point. This variety is a competition of Sona Masuri. So the Sona Masuri is a famous rice in India. It is very small grain and super fine rice. So this super fine rice, if in India, if you buy it in organic way, is equal to 80 to 90 rupees if you go for fine rice. So it is equal to $1.5 on an average of US dollars. So these years with the minimum cost, he has developed this variety, and we have a sample of that seed which we can show it to you. That grain, it's a very minute one. So it's very minute one, and it's a very small grain. And when we polished it, you will get a you will get a small grains. It's very small grains, and it is having a good medical benefits also. In this organic farming, when you cook this rice, the rice will digest very easily, and with a small quantity you will get a more rice. And in this, it will not spoil without if you keep outside the vessels, it will not spoil easily. It takes 2 days or 3 days for spoiling. In chemical rices, if you keep 1 day, the rice will start smelling it. So these are the one classic and very unique what do you say, uniqueness of this variety.
Is this variety called Sona Masuri?
No, it is a competitor of Sona Masuri.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಹೈಬ್ರಿಡ್ ವೆರೈಟಿ ತುಂಬಾ ದಾಳಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಆ ದಾಳಿಗೆ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮಂತ ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ಗಳು ಅದನ್ನ ಈ ಹೈಬ್ರಿಡ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಲೋಕಲ್ ವೆರೈಟಿಗೂ ಏನ್ ವ್ಯತ್ಯಾಸ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಅದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಅನಾಲಿಸಿಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದೀವಿ. ಅನಾಲಿಸಿಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದಾಗ ಈ ಹೈಬ್ರಿಡ್ ವೆರೈಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬಾ ನ್ಯೂಟ್ರಿಯೆಂಟ್ ತುಂಬಾ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಅದೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಲೋಕಲ್ ವೆರೈಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ದೇಶೀಯ ತಳಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನ್ಯೂಟ್ರಿಯೆಂಟ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ನಾವು ಈ ನ್ಯೂಟ್ರಿಯೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂತ ಈ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ತಳಿಗಳನ್ನ ನಾವು ಸೇರಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಸುಧಾರಣೆ ಆಯ್ತಾ ಹೋಯ್ತದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ನಾನು ಈ ಲೋಕಲ್ ವೆರೈಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಸಣ್ಣ ಅಕ್ಕಿಗೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಬೇಡಿಕೆ ಇದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ನಾನು ಈ ಸಣ್ಣ ಅಕ್ಕಿನ ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಪಟ್ಟೆ.
Yeah, in the market, a lot of hybrid paddy varieties, rice varieties are booming up. So there were compared to the pricing and costing is very high. So based on that, innovator has invented this variety to compete with hybrid varieties, and he has succeeded. And my colleagues have asked, what is the name of this rice? I have mentioned in the chat box, that is Siddha Sanna. The Siddha Sanna name is his father and mother's name he has kept. So Siddhaya and Sannama are the names of his parents. So he has taken 4 letters from his first letters of his father, and 4 letters from his mother's. So he has kept a name as Siddha Sanna. So with this variety, he has shared, not only he is growing organically, for testing purpose he has given for the chemical for cultivating farmers also, and he has succeeded 200% in a ratio, if you ask me. And the yield is coming very good, pest resistant variety, and he is succeeded in the market. Now we are going towards North India, like Orissa also. We have given some samples for development, and one of the farmers showed interest, and we have sent some seeds for cultivation for this season. And also,
Matthew, I think we have to wrap up now. If there is more photos, I will request Julia to put up more photos, and you can just You can just explain that photo, or we can come back again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. which we have-
Matthews and Boregoda and yourself as well for translation. Excellent. Thank you again. And we'll come back if there is any question for discussion. Now I hand over to James to introduce the innovators, the Joseph brothers, and also help him to explain the innovation to us. Over to you, Jose. No, over to you, James. Thanks. You have to unmute. You have to unmute, James.
Okay. Thank you, Pradap, for introduction. In this session, we are introducing a simple tool developed by Jo's brothers. They are basically cousins for plucking cassava and also for plucking small shrubs and small uprooting small herbs and shrubs. Can you show the video? After that, we can have a discussion with the innovators. Video, please. Julia.
Yes, we're just pulling it up now.
Okay. Meanwhile, I will give an introduction. This is basically a simple tool for cassava plucking. As you know, cassava plucking is one of the difficult tasks. You need to bend down your body. It involves drudgery, and getting a laborer is also very difficult. So this is a simple tool. We can see the video.
എൻ്റെ പേര് ജോസഫ്. നമ്മൾ തൃശ്ശൂർ ജില്ലയിലെ വേലൂർ പഞ്ചായത്തിൽപ്പെട്ട കുറുമാൽ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ സ്ഥലത്താണ് ഇപ്പോൾ നിൽക്കുന്നത്. എനിക്കിവിടെ 2 ഏക്കറോളം കപ്പ കൃഷി നടത്തിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. കുറേ കൊല്ലങ്ങളായിട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു കൃഷിയാണിത്. ഇത് പറിക്കുന്നതിന് ഉള്ള ബുദ്ധിമുട്ട് കാരണം കൊണ്ട് കൂലിക്ക് ആളെ വെച്ചിട്ടാണ് ഇത് ചെയ്യാറ്. ഉള്ളി ഒരു പറിക്കുന്നതിന് 2 ആളുടെ സഹായത്തോടു കൂടിയാണ് പറിക്കാറ്. അങ്ങനെ ഈ ഒരു ഉൽപ്പന്നം നമ്മുടെ വിപണിയിൽ കാണുകയും അത് കൊണ്ടുവന്ന് ഇപ്പോൾ ഈ കപ്പ പറിക്കാനായിട്ട് അത് ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്നു. വളരെ ലാഭകരമായ ഒരു ഉൽപ്പന്നമാണ്. ഞാൻ ഉപയോഗിച്ചു തുടങ്ങിയിട്ട് 1 വർഷത്തോളമായി. നമുക്ക് ഒറ്റയ്ക്ക് തന്നെ ഇത് കൈകാര്യം ചെയ്യാം. കുട്ടികൾക്കും കൈകാര്യം ചെയ്യാം, സ്ത്രീകൾക്കും ഇത് ഉപയോഗിക്കാം.
Stop it.
In Buzz, innovation into business.
Yeah, we have 2 innovators, Jos Terian and Jos Vivi. Both they are cousins basically. They have developed this technology. The video we have shown is a user one. Is not the innovator. Innovators are here. So we'll ask a few questions to the innovators. Josetta കേൾക്കുന്നുണ്ടോ? കേൾക്കുന്നുണ്ടോ പറയുന്നത്? അൺമ്യൂട്ട് ചെയ്യണം. പറയുന്നത് കേൾക്കുന്നുണ്ടോ?
ഇപ്പൊ കേൾക്കുന്നുണ്ട്.
ഞാൻ കുറച്ച് ചോദ്യങ്ങൾ ചോദിക്കാം. ഈ കണ്ടുപിടുത്തത്തിനുണ്ടായ സാഹചര്യം ഒന്ന് പറയാൻ പറ്റുമോ? എന്തുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഇങ്ങനെ ഒരു കണ്ടുപിടുത്തം നിങ്ങൾ രണ്ടുപേരും കൂടി ചെയ്തത് എന്നുള്ളത്?
ഞങ്ങള് 30-40 വർഷമായിട്ട് കപ്പ കൃഷി ചെയ്യുന്ന ആൾക്കാരാണ്. അപ്പൊ കപ്പ കൃഷി ചെയ്യുന്നതിലെ മെയിൻ ഒരു ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടെന്ന് പറയുന്നത് കപ്പ പറിക്കുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. ശരിക്കും എനർജി നമുക്ക് ആവശ്യമായിട്ടുള്ളത്. അപ്പൊ അതിന് ജോലിക്കാരെ കിട്ടാനൊക്കെ ബുദ്ധിമുട്ട് വന്നു കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ അത് പറിക്കാനുള്ള എങ്ങനെയും പറിച്ചെടുക്കാൻ ലഘു ഒരു യന്ത്രം കണ്ടുപിടിക്കണമെന്ന് തോന്നി. അങ്ങനെ അതിനെ ആലോചിച്ച് കണ്ടുപിടിച്ചതാണത്. പല കാര്യങ്ങൾ, പല പ്രോട്ടോടൈപ്പുകൾ ചെയ്ത് 20ഓളം പ്രോട്ടോടൈപ്പ് ചെയ്ത് അങ്ങനെ കണ്ടുപിടിച്ചതാണ് ഞങ്ങൾ.
I asked the innovators that the background of this innovation. What they are saying is, what they have said that they have been involved in the farming of cassava for the last 40 years. So plucking of the cassava, harvesting of the cassava is very difficult task. You need a lot of drudgery, and getting the laborers is very difficult. So they thought about developing a small devices. And with the continuous effort, more than 20 prototypes has developed. They successfully developed this product. ഞാൻ രണ്ടാമത്തെ ചോദ്യം ചോദിക്കുന്നത്, ഈ ആശയം എങ്ങനെ കിട്ടി? ഇങ്ങനെ ഒരു പ്ലക്കറിന്റെ ആശയം എങ്ങനെയാണ് കിട്ടിയത് എന്നുള്ളത്.
അപ്പൊ പറിക്കുക എന്നുള്ള ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടായതുകൊണ്ട് അതിങ്ങനെ കുറെ നാൾ മനസ്സിൽ എന്തെങ്കിലും ടൂൾ കണ്ടുപിടിക്കണം എന്ന് നമ്മുടെ മനസ്സിൽ തോന്നി. അങ്ങനെ നോക്കിയപ്പോഴാണ് ഈ മങ്കി പ്ലെയറിന്റെ ഒരു തത്വം ഞാൻ ഇങ്ങനെ ഒരിക്കലും കണ്ടു. അപ്പൊ മങ്കി പ്ലെയറിന്റെ തത്വം ഞാനത് ശരിക്കും ലിവറേജ് തത്വമാക്കിയെടുത്ത് അങ്ങനെ അങ്ങ് രൂപകൽപ്പന ചെയ്തതാണ്. പലത് മാറി മാറി പരീക്ഷിച്ച് അങ്ങനെ രൂപകൽപ്പന ചെയ്തതാണ്.
The second question I have asked is that how he got this idea for this plucker. What he was saying, he was looking for developing this device, and he tried several ideas. Once he got the idea of monkey plier. Monkey plier is a very simple tool, for using tightening the screws and small nails. That principle he adapted into the plucker, and he successfully developed this device. അടുത്ത ചോദ്യം ഞാൻ ചോദിക്കുന്നത്, ഇത് എത്ര പ്രോട്ടോടൈപ്പ് ഉണ്ടാക്കി? ആദ്യം ഉണ്ടാക്കിയത് എങ്ങനെയാണ്? രണ്ടാമത് ഉണ്ടാക്കിയത് എങ്ങനെയാണ്? ഈ പ്രോസസ് ഒന്ന് പറയാൻ പറ്റുമോ? എത്ര വർഷം എടുത്തു ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട്? എത്ര പ്രോട്ടോടൈപ്പുകൾ ഉണ്ടാക്കി? അതിന് എത്ര രൂപ ചെലവായി? അതിന്റെ എഫേർട്ടുകൾ ഒന്ന് പറയാൻ പറ്റുമോ?
പ്രോട്ടോടൈപ്പുകൾ ഏകദേശം ഒരു 20ഓളം പ്രോട്ടോടൈപ്പുകൾ ഉണ്ടാക്കി. അപ്പോഴാണ് ഏകദേശം ഒന്ന് വിജയത്തിലെത്തിയത്. ആദ്യത്തെയൊക്കെ വളഞ്ഞുപോയി. അപ്പം ഓരോരോ പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ വന്നു കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ പരിഹരിച്ച് 20ഓളം പ്രോട്ടോടൈപ്പിൽ എത്തിയപ്പോഴാണ് ഇതൊരു വിജയത്തിലോട്ട് വന്നത്. ഏകദേശം ഒരു 1 വർഷത്തോളം ഇതിന്റെ പുറകിൽ ഞങ്ങൾ പ്രയത്നിച്ചു.
എത്ര രൂപ മുടക്കിയിട്ടുണ്ടാവും? ഏകദേശം എത്ര രൂപ ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്തെടുക്കാനായിട്ട്?
എടുക്കാൻ 50,000 രൂപ ഏകദേശം ഇപ്പൊ മുടക്ക് വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്.
ഇതിന് എവിടെന്നെങ്കിലും ആരുടെങ്കിലും സപ്പോർട്ട് കിട്ടിയിരുന്നോ? സഹായം കിട്ടിയിരുന്നോ?
ലെയ്ത്തുകാരുടെ സപ്പോർട്ട് കിട്ടി. വേറെ സാമ്പത്തികമായിട്ടൊക്കെ ഞങ്ങൾ വേറെ കണ്ടെത്തുകയാണ് ചെയ്തത്.
I have asked him the process of developing the technology. What they are saying, they made around 20 prototypes to reach this stage. Initial devices, they bent while plucking the cassava and herbs and shrubs. So he modified, and around 20 prototypes he made for reaching this stage. And he spent around 50,000 rupees for developing this device. And the support, he didn't receive any support from any government agencies. Support, what he is mentioning is that support he got from the local local workshop person who to help and make this welding and other purposes. ഇനി അടുത്തത് എനിക്ക് ചോദിക്കാനുള്ളത്, ഇനി അടുത്ത മുന്നോട്ട് കൊണ്ടുപോകാനായിട്ട് ഇപ്പൊ എന്താണ് അവസ്ഥ? ഇനി മുന്നോട്ട് കൊണ്ടുപോകാൻ എന്താണ് ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത്? എങ്ങനെയാണ് ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത്?
അത് ഒരു സപ്പോർട്ട് കിട്ടുവാണെങ്കിൽ ഞങ്ങൾ ഇത് ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്ത് കൂടുതൽ ലാർജ് സ്കെയിലിൽ ഞങ്ങൾ ഉത്പാദിപ്പിക്കാൻ താല്പര്യമുണ്ട്. ഞങ്ങൾ സാമ്പത്തിക ഒരു ബുദ്ധിമുട്ട് ഒരു പ്രശ്നമാണ്. പിന്നെ ഒരു വിപണനം, ഇത് വളരെ കുറച്ച് ആൾക്കാർക്ക് ഇത് അറിയുള്ളൂ. എല്ലാവർക്കും അറിഞ്ഞ് മറ്റു രാജ്യങ്ങളിലേക്കൊക്കെ കയറ്റുമതി ചെയ്യാനുള്ള സാധ്യത ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഞങ്ങൾ ആരായുന്നതാണ്.
I have asked that what is the future program, and what are the challenges he is facing to scale up this product. What he was saying is that he already started his production unit here, and he making this device and selling locally. what he is suggesting is that this tool has a greater scope. All of cassava is grown all over world, so he can make and sell these devices all over the world, or he can give this product all over the world. But what he is facing is he's not getting a support to start a production unit for that. So he's asking support for developing this product from the agencies. ഇനി എന്തെങ്കിലും പറയാനുണ്ടോ? വേറെ എന്തെങ്കിലും ഇതായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് വല്ലതും പറയാനുണ്ടോ?
നല്ല ഡിമാൻഡ് ഉണ്ട്, പക്ഷേ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ആരുടെങ്കിലും ഒക്കെ സപ്പോർട്ട് വികസിപ്പിക്കാൻ പറ്റും.
I have asked ജോസേട്ടൻ, മറ്റേ ജോസേട്ടൻ എന്തെങ്കിലും പറയാനുണ്ടോ?
അല്ല, ജോസ് പറഞ്ഞോ. ഇതൊന്നുമില്ല.
I have asked anything they have to add? No, they want to thank Prolinnova for an exposure, international exposure, and they are looking for a support from the partners to develop and scale or develop and supply this device. എന്താണ്?
James, like what kind of support you are saying?
He want to start a production unit. Now that is the support he is looking for. For production unit, you need facilities, small machineries and small lathe and small welding machine and all that facilities for starting a production unit. That support he is asking. So he can make this device and he can give it to the. There is a demand. There is a great demand for his product, but the problem what he is facing is that production capacity he don't have.
One more question. We usually also talk about the pharma innovation. As I said earlier, we usually say that we support, we promote copyleft thing. But in this case, are they thinking of patenting or any kind of thing to secure that this is not taken up by another company or something? Or?
Actually this product is in public domain, so that patenting cannot be possible. It's already in a public domain. Actually, there are some devices are there across the globe, but he have modified and customized for cassava. That was his basic innovation.
So he added value to what some equipment
Yes.
was already available. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Customize the concept to the cassava and meets in our condition in Kerala and in southern part of India.
We saw a woman farmer in the video using that. So is it like how popular? Who is using more? Like is popular among women, or how is helping?
At present, men are using, but women can also easily use it. At present, mostly the cassava farmers are men only. But women can also simply use it. It's it's effortless. No? With a single hand, you can harvest the cassava. You need a little bit R&D for that product, but it's almost 90% okay. The product is 90% okay.
How is this spreading? Like in the community, is going like beyond the district or beyond the community, or?
Popular in his own district basically. Actually, farmers are initially reluctant to buy it. Once after seeing it, they use it. After using it, they will buy it. So you need to demonstrate the product before the farmers. Just simply seeing it, farmers are a little bit reluctant to buy it. But once they use it, they will adopt the product. It's very simple and affordable, and anybody can use it. And this can be customized for other plucking medicinal plants, tubers, and also other underground crops. Have a great potential.
Okay, I think this was very interesting and exciting. Thank you very much, James. If there is nothing more to share, there is always a lot of things to share and learn from the farmers, their innovation. But of course, now we have to move on. Maybe thank you very much for the Joseph brothers for sharing your beautiful innovation with all. This is global. Now, maybe this equipment of the one you have invented or innovated, maybe there will be demand from other continent. Maybe who knows, like Africa, and there may be a possibility of testing it in other continents or other country as well.
Thank
And
you very much,
also,
Pratap.
yeah, and also thanks to Bodegora and Thomas. That one about the variety, as I posted also on the chat, was there was a help needed for these farmers from NGO to record data, because I guess like we have very small question. Thomas, you are still there?
Yes.
Yeah. Why he needed the data to be collected? What was the need for the data? Because he has developed a variety for the organic production of rice, but why he needed the data?
ಒಂದು ತಳಿ ನಾವು ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಪಡಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ 3 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಕಾಲ ಅದನ್ನ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಪಡಿಸಿ ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ತರಬೇಕು. ಅದು ವಿಜ್ಞಾನಿಗಳ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಪ್ರಕಾರ. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ನಾವು ಏನಾರ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ವೈಜ್ಞಾನಿಕವಾಗಿ ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಕ್ಕಂತ ತೊಂದರೆಗಳ ನಿವಾರಣೆ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಈ ಡೇಟಾವನ್ನ ನಾವು ಕಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ವಿ.
So what he says, from 3 years he started this variety for development activity. The why the data collection is, as a farmer, he put the sow the seeds, harvest it and use it. But when we want to develop a new variety, we need scientifically he want to prove that this is a new variety and what are the scientific reasons, what is the uniqueness of this variety. So for that, without data or documentation, he cannot tell that this is a new variety and these are the uniqueness. So because basically he is a very low qualified guy. So he want to monitor, he don't know how to do it. So he took a help of this local scientist and for the data analysis.
But like you said that this variety has spread to other states as well. So was it like farmers to farmers spread, or was through production of seed and marketing of seed?
No, through to farmers only he has given for cultivation, and once we through mouth marketing he has done a beautiful marketing in the South India. It has spread very speedy. Marketing he has done it with the help of local farmers.
Okay, thank you. The question I ask is also for all the audience we have, is especially when farmers develop a variety, if that variety has to be like, if there is if you produce seed and sell to other farmers, it actually has to go through registration and formal kind of registration and certification. And that is one of the challenge and constraint for the farmers variety to actually scale up. But because of the farmers network, it is spread anyway. So this is actually one of the challenge we have. Now, I think, thank you both facilitator and all 3 farmers. This was very exciting. And I hope all our audience who have joined this session also was equally excited and benefited. Now I will pass to, and for another session, I will pass to our colleague Christine Christine Adele, who is president of COSADER in Cameroon. COSADER is a coalition of NGO for food security and rural development. Christina is also overall coordinator of Prolinnova Cameroon. So over to you, Christina.
Merci. Est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. OK. Merci beaucoup, Pratap, pour la session qui était formidable. Et je suis très heureuse de pouvoir vous faire arriver maintenant en Afrique, puisque ici maintenant, j'ai le privilège de modérer une session des innovatrices et innovateurs essentiellement en Afrique. Alors, je dois d'abord dire que c'est une session extrêmement équilibrée du point de vue du genre.
Of a session taking into account the gender.
Non seulement des facilitatrices, mais nous avons
également female facilitators,
des innovateurs et des innovatrices.
And also female innovators.
Ensuite, la session me semble extrêmement importante et intéressante par rapport justement aux questions de nutrition et de sécurité alimentaire, parce que généralement, on n'a pas forcément tendance à associer la lutte contre la malnutrition avec justement les innovations locales. Parfois même, les questions de sécurité alimentaire ne sont même pas vues sous l'angle de l'innovation locale. Certaines politiques dans nos pays étant très versées vers des solutions externes avec des programmes clés en main. Et tout à l'heure, Chacha a dit quelque chose qui m'a beaucoup intéressée. Elle a dit parfois on passe à côté des innovations, on ne les voit pas.
Sometimes we come across innovation, but we can't
see them. On ne les voit pas, surtout parce que justement, si vous prenez un domaine comme celui de la nutrition,
because when we take the field of
la malnutrition, cette lutte contre la malnutrition est très médicalisée.
So the problem is
on a recours à des médicaments
some medicines
pour lutter contre la malnutrition, ce qui, dans une très large mesure, dépossède les populations locales de leur propre lutte contre la malnutrition et occulte justement les innovations qui peuvent résulter.
Can be used to help the problem.
Alors, ce qui est intéressant dans ce que nous allons voir dans la suite, c'est que de lutter contre la malnutrition et pour la sécurité alimentaire à partir des innovations locales soulage en fait également les finances de nos États, dans la mesure où nos gouvernements dépensent des sommes folles pour acheter des médicaments à distribuer aux familles pour lutter contre la malnutrition, des pilules, par exemple, de vitamine A, pour ne prendre que cet exemple. Et cela, les statistiques sont claires en ce qui concerne, par exemple, mon pays. Cela n'a pas amélioré véritablement la lutte contre la malnutrition. Nous avons dans une session extraordinaire qui va bénéficier également de facilitateurs d'exception. Nous avons Amina, qui est donc experte en développement des chaînes de valeur et qui est chargée du suivi et évaluation de subsistance au Cameroun. Et nous avons Siaka, je salue la modératrice de tous les facilitateurs, ingénieur des Burkina Faso, et qui connaît également le projet Subsifan. Et nous avons Ania, qui est de Nabokado au Ghana.
Also Ania from Ghana.
Et qui est en ce moment donc c'est-à-dire le coordonnateur Prolinnova et Subsistance. Et nous avons Vincent.
Christine.
Donc, ce sont ces... Oui.
S'il vous plaît, excusez-nous, il nous faut régler un problème technique qui survient.
Oui.
On ne vous
Oh, we
entend
have
pas.
a technical problem, Christine.
Vous êtes apparemment sur le channel français.
You are
Le channel
in the
principal.
French channel and you have to change it.
Attendez.
Wait a second.
Vous devez aller sur le channel principal pour
Is
permettre
that okay?
à ceux qui écoutent en anglais d'écouter exclusivement la traduction.
Alors, mais je suis en français, je suis dans French là, ça va?
I am in the French channel. Is that okay?
On the channel which doesn't have English or French. Maybe
Voilà.
that's the solution.
Vous
Just go
désactivez
to the top
totalement.
one. Off.
Voilà, vous désactivez.
Alors, je suis dans French, qu'est-ce que je fais?
I am in the French channel. What should I do?
This is good. It sounds good now. I hear the English translation much louder now.
You have to deactivate the French channel.
You can continue now.
Okay.
Continuez.
Is that okay?
Oui, c'est bon.
Ça va maintenant?
Yes.
Oui, c'est bon, merci.
Merci beaucoup. Si Amina peut donc nous introduire.
So if Amina can introduce the following innovation. Good morning. Hope that you're listening to me. You can hear me. It is an honor
Yes, we
for
can
me
hear
to
you.
participate.
Bref, l'innovatrice que je vais vous présenter aujourd'hui s'appelle Françoise Haïssé. Elle a 5 ans.
Je vais introduire Françoise Haïssé. I'm gonna introduce Françoise, who is in Cameroon, in the department of Moko. Françoise' innovation is about, so we have a short video to watch, and then I will come back later.
La vidéo est disponible.
Is the video available?
Je suis Haïssé Yango Françoise. J'ai 53 ans.
I
Mère
am
de 7 enfants.
53 years
Mariée,
old
orpheline de père et de mère.
and 7 children.
Tout a commencé quand mon père et ma mère sont morts.
All started when
Et
I
mon
lost
grand frère
my
qui
parents,
était comme notre père est aussi mort.
and
J'avais à ma
also
charge
I
de nourrir
lost my brother,
mon petit bébé qui avait 6 mois et mes petits frères.
my little baby who was 6 months age,
C'est là où la vie ne donnait pas. Ça me
and I had to
pressait,
take
c'était
care of
dur.
her, and it became
Et
very
je n'avais
difficult
que
for me.
l'eau soja autour de moi. Parce que
I had
j'utilisais
only
le soja
soy
pour
around me.
Je nourrissais les enfants qui avaient les
So I
6
had to
ans.
feed the children with
Mais
it.
je ne m'en sortais pas à nourrir le bébé. Parce que je faisais le lait de soja, je lui donnais. Il ne cessait
So
pas
I
de
made
tousser.
milk
Je
with
ne dormais
soy to feed them.
C'est là où l'idée me vient. Et le jour que j'ai
So
préparé
the idea
le
came
pot de soja,
how I can
d'écraser
transform
quelques
soy
graines de soja sur la pierre,
in order to feed them
faire ça
better.
comme la bouillie et lui donner. Il a tout endormi.
So my
Chaque fois
baby
que
was
je devais
crying a lot,
lui
and
nourrir,
when I feed him with milk
je devais
soy,
écraser
he began to sleep.
le soja là. Parce que si j'écrase en quantité et je laisse
So when I squat the soy
que ça fait 24 heures, ça c'est
in large quantity,
comment je peux m'en sortir? Est-ce que je veux travailler
it was difficult
jusqu'à
for
ce que
me
la
to
France
keep it.
va aussi sortir?
And now my
Mesdames,
question
manger
was,
comme
my
les
problem
enfants que
was,
je crase
how
le
can
soja
I
2 fois par jour.
make
Je
a
suis
better
célibataire.
storage of it?
Je n'ai pas de moyens.
I don't have enough money or means.
Comment faire la poudre alors?
Now, how should I make powder from soy?
Des jours et des nuits.
And I was thinking about that from all day long and also during night.
Après avoir lavé, j'ai exercé au soleil.
So I cleaned some quantity of soy, and it was very difficult for me.
Le moulin à main, quand on tourne avec la main pour écraser les arachides.
I can't prepare it like a bean.
Sort sur moi, je me fatigue, j'écrase une petite quantité.
So I scratch a little quantity and prepare it for food. At least it is not destroyed.
J'ai envoyé en ville. C'est là qu'on était parti écraser. J'ai constaté que ça fait plus de 2 semaines. C'était intact.
So when I saw people from downtown, they gave me one powder, and I noticed that I can keep it for a week or even for 2 weeks.
C'est là que j'ai appelé. C'est le lac de soja.
So I sent one quantity of my soybeans to town, and it was scratched with the machines, and I called it soy cerelac, meaning a kind of powder to use to feed the children.
Les autres font troisième, le premier.
So I now feed my children with the soy powder, and now they grow up, and most of them are in high school. My grandchildren who was born now is very strong with that powder. I also feed myself with the soy powder.
Quand je rentre du
Which
champ
I
côté,
call
je n'ai pas encore préparé. Si à la
soy.
farine, à moi-même, je tourne ça, je mange, je me rassasie avant de
When I am so busy at home, so I prepare some soy powder and I eat it myself before having something else to prepare for the food.
Je suis heureuse avec ça parce que je ne
I am
peux pas
very
chaque jour à
happy with
l'hôpital
that
avec les enfants.
because I don't bring my
l'enfant est
children
malade.
every day to the hospital anymore.
Et la communauté est fière parce que je les aide aussi avec ça.
And I also help them, help other women with that soy powder.
C'est à peu près comme ça que l'idée est venue et comme ça que
This is how the idea came to use the powder to feed many people.
Merci d'avoir suivi. Je suis vraiment désolée pour la qualité de l'image.
Thanks for watching. I'm really sorry about the quality of the video. It was not great. But we're going to try to at it. So to make it, I'm going to ask Françoise to summarize the content of the video. It was not, it didn't have good quality. Anyway, he's going to try to summarize it for you.
Bonjour à tout le monde.
Good morning, everyone.
Tout a commencé, j'avais un bébé de 6 mois.
So everything started, I had a six-month-old baby.
Ce que j'avais autour de moi, c'était le soja.
The only thing that I had around me was soy.
Je préparais avant le soja.
In the past, I used to prepare soybean. And we used it in the form of milk. But at the beginning, it was not going well. So what I did was Eventually, because I took some soybean, I pounded it. And from that, the kids, they loved it. And from that moment, I felt that there is something I can do with this powder, soy powder. Now, the only problem that was storing, when you make a big quantity of like the paste, like the butter or paste, it was difficult to store it. So we had to think about how we could store when you make great quantities of soybean. So how am I going to store it? That was a question that I asked myself. I started thinking and I started working on the process. I thought about flour, like normal flour. I had some ideas, but I didn't have the means to make them materialize. So I thought about boiling the soy that was dried. And what I did was that I pounded it in a mill, like the mill that is used to pound ground peanuts. It was not easy, but it took me 4 days to make like soy flour. So I tried, I did it, I sent it to the town, to urban areas. And people liked it. So this is how I started making the flour. So when I went to like where they have the vaccines for children, when I went to the clinic, the nurses, they would give my child as an example because he was well nourished. And I took the opportunity to help other families that had malnutrition problems. People were coming to me to ask me questions, how to make flour. And I told them about the process, like washing the soybean first, boiling it, then drying it. Sorry, I mean, now you have to summarize. And then I did the thing from the use and the
Si vous en avez convenance, on peut passer effectivement à la au deuxième innovateur. Mais l'idée de Madame
that's the takeaway of like use how to store it. Online, we can go to the
surtout dans un état d'extrême pauvreté comme c'est son cas. Et il faut voir vraiment que les
especially in an area where poverty is but people need that. And we have more people looking for solutions to many more problems. So maybe we can go to the next one. Siaka for Burkina Faso.
Merci beaucoup, Amina.
Amina. Thank you, Amina.
Bengali?
Bengali?
Je n'ai aucune réaction.
I don't have any reaction from them. They're not reacting.
Qu'est-ce qui se passe?
What's the problem? What's going on?
It looks like he's having problems connecting to audio. That's what I see. Connecting to audio problems. I think we might have to.
Oui. C'est Bengali qui essaie de se connecter. Est-ce qu'en attendant...
Is it Bengali trying to connect?
À l'innovation du Ghana.
Without any further ado, we can go to the Ghana innovation, and then we'll come back to Burkina when they manage to join. Are you guys online?
Anya?
We are online. Yes, we are online.
Okay.
Looks like they're online, yeah.
Merci. Anya, bonjour.
Thank you. Good morning, Anya.
Merci d'être là.
Good morning.
Voilà.
Thanks for being here today.
Vous présentiez donc l'expérience de ce
So you guys are going to introduce yourselves and share your experience.
cet innovateur que vous avez suivi au Ghana.
You're going to introduce that innovator that you guys followed in Ghana.
Okay, thank you. The innovator is Ason Awena. He's here. He's a small-scale farmer to small-scale micro-agro processing. Her innovation is on processing orange flesh sweet potato into flour. I think these are examples of the products that her innovation produces. So I'll be interacting with her on how she came by the innovation and the other details in the next 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay.
Can we continue?
Oui, est-ce qu'on a une vidéo?
Okay, so I'll ask her, then she will speak in Grunit and I'll translate back to English for us all to hear. So, my name is Aswa Awena. I hail from Bongo, Tamolga, one of the districts in Ghana. Ita, una nule zongo.
Mamen ko dia na dekla dan nigala ba dia ka ka di ba ko forum ko bam ko na nan no forum na wa en mala mandu ko wa ma wa ka di ba ko man ni ma di
I just asked her how she came by the innovation, and she indicated that they are small-scale farmers. They cultivate sweet potatoes and other crops, but they have only one season. So when they cultivate the sweet potato, they are not able to consume all at a goal or within some few months. So in the past, the rest of it that they are not able to consume, if they don't get marketed for it, it gets rotten. So she thought of it that she struggles a lot to produce this because it's not easy raising the mouse and the thing will get rotten away. So she decided to try and see which other ways she could preserve it. So she decided to boil the thing, to boil the tubers, then cut it into pieces and mill into a flour, which she adds water or can use to prepare porridge for her children. So, ita balaza wa the wakana di nebbe wa wanu wa ina bana bi kuto na
rana mit man kan mit barana ko shi ninyo gerto kan de ma faale ba et mala de ma en ko tan bir mala su ni ba faal mit ti avec misi na en ko no bon pi ma na en ko ma pi ma en basa wala ma en mi pi ba ya ba di sama mit man ke ma ke pi ba di ba ko ba ko re di pi za
how she and the other stakeholders, the MSP and WEAT and others, got interacted on it. So she indicated that when she mentioned of her innovation to the WEAT lady and the other stakeholders, they came and they sat together with the community to look at her innovation. What are the issues there that needs to be worked on or developed further so that they can have maximum benefits or they can increase their benefits. So she and her colleague women in the community complained that when they do it, it becomes black. The color of the flower is black. So if they could get a way that they could come out with a color that is better, as you can see in the screen, the color we are having there is not that black. So they together with the stakeholders decided that they will add vitamin C to the sliced potato tubers. So when they did that and they add vitamin C into the water, the color of the potato didn't change. And in addition to this, what he also indicated is they used to just boil it. They just dip it into the water and boil it straight away. But with the interaction with the stakeholders, they now use something to protect it from getting into the water and kind of steam. So they only allow the steam to kind of soften the potato, then they dry it under shade and they mill. In that way, the nutrients are not lost in the water as they used to do in the previous time. So, we say that the woman from the community and herself, they benefited a lot from her innovation. Because in the past, they used to have the shortages after the tubers are rotten. But now they can preserve the tubers into flour, which they can use to prepare different dishes or different meals for a longer period. So the shortage, the period at which they usually have the food shortage is a bit extended. She also added that her other women are also happy with it because they can do it and also sell and earn some kind of incomes from it to also support their livelihood. So those are the benefits that she and her colleague women are benefiting from the community. They who come that students from the University for Development Studies also came to interact with her on her innovation. So she took them through what she has been doing, and they were also able to add another product to it as to how they can process the sweet potato flour and use it to do cake. So that was the addition they also got from the students that came. And the student also helps her into how she can package whatever she has processed into forms that are marketable. As we can see a sample of her things that she has packaged in front of her. So this is the product that of the flour is right here, and these are the chips. These are the ones that are grounded to get this one. Okay. So in Malaysia, our one of the one is in the could be one that more so the much bank.
Bakabotu ni sela ni bakabo jama badir ni only manekala sepo kayo manekala peace ababo wuti sela da labu wutani alshu anna ana bala sela finyesi idwas sa ana baka alshu wo ngore kwala sela kan bo ormas kan ni baning wo ngore
That the innovation has been something that she and her colleague women like very much that they do because the taste of the flour is very good. But the challenge they face is grinding the chips into the potato, into the flour. So usually they will have to take it to a commercial grinder to do, and the grinders do not have the patience to grind only for them. So at times the product gets adulterated because she is not able to grind it at her own place or at a separate place. So that's the challenge that she is currently faced with innovation. So I think with this, I would like Julia to show us the photo gallery of the process through which innovation has gone through. Yeah, so this is the engagement. The picture we are seeing is the engagement she had with the stakeholders. We have the officer in charge of women in agri interacting with her to see which part of the innovation that we can develop further. Next photo. Okay, here you can also see the students from the University for Development Studies also interacting with her on her innovation to see what they can do together. Next photo. So this is the steaming process. You can see the woman in agri leading, the innovator is the one there leading with the woman in agri, supporting her to do the steaming instead of boiling. So instead of boiling the potato, you rather not steam it so that some of the nutrients are not lost in the water. So that's the picture we are seeing here. Next picture. So this is a picture of the sliced potato after it's been boiled. And then the other one in the container is the flour. That is the end product that they've gotten on the right, which you add water and boil, then you can add some honey or something into it, then you start consuming. Next picture. I think these pictures are gallery of the evolution process. After the interactions, they evaluated the process or the things they've done to see whether it suits what they want to do. Next picture. Okay, so I think that is the last picture of the women in the community with the stakeholders during the engagement. So thank you very much for listening to us. I hand over back to Christian to continue.
C'est bon? Merci beaucoup Anya et pour cette innovation qui est très intéressante.
Thank you very much for this innovation. It was very interesting and it also helped for food security. And also the storage question. This is very important when we want to ensure food security. I saw something very interesting for the innovation is the color of the floor. It is said that the colors that people are used to can change and also are very important. So it's very inspiring and there are many innovations that should go further. And this EG is also very inspired. Thank you a lot for that innovation. I just want to check if Sierra is connected. So in terms of the Burkina Faso innovation. Hello everyone. We are connected since the beginning. For the Burkina Faso innovation, it is enlightened mothers, literally Mama Lumière. They are working on an ameliorated floor to fight against malnutrition. So this is how the innovation come up. So this is a research group and they are doing well. I want them to answer to your direct question and also talk of what they are doing. So they are going to give you all the needed information. Thank you.
C'est Teble Selmata, c'est la présidente de l'association Maman.
I'm the president of the group.
Dans la zone nord du Burkina, il y a beaucoup de
In the northern area of Burkina Faso, they have chosen to make research to find a way to fight against malnutrition.
Elles ont divisé des groupes en utilisant.
So they made two groups, and they used the moringa flour. So to see how the evolution of the product.
Au-delà de 12 jours, les
So
aliments
they
qui
had 12 days.
l'enfant a 300 kilos et les aliments.
So when it is used, the children had 300. It weighed 30 kilos to 60. So they have a positive feedback from that.
L'accompagnement des chercheurs a permis
So the research
la farine pour aller tester dans les laboratoires pour voir
wanted to test it in their laboratory, all the nutrients that were possible.
de ces analyses de laboratoire.
So to have the result of those research.
Elle, c'est Marguerite. Elle est membre de l'association.
She is Margaret and a member of the association.
Les bénéfices tirés par rapport à la collaboration avec les chercheurs,
the benefit they had from with the collaboration of the researchers was the meal and also some other instruments and also a support.
Donc les défis encore les défis qu'ils ont rencontrés, c'est que
so the challenges they faced
la production, elles n'ont pas
was the production. So they don't have the adequate space for that.
Aussi, il y a un manque aussi
and a problem of material to respect the norms.
na kan kẽng tʋʋm da kaoore la kelem paase tɩ b sõngdo tɩ bãng-bãgrã tõe n pɔgddo la yɩlm tɩ d paam lid zom rãmba analyse rãmba leb n paasd me tɩ d paam zĩiga zĩig sẽn zĩ yolemde tɩ b sã wa maan commande bedre bɩ tõnd tõe n maan stockage rãmba paam livre.
Donc, leur vision, c'est d'avoir un accompagnement des chercheurs.
They wanted to have a support with the researchers in terms of material and also a very good place to pursue their innovation.
Présenter le résultat.
So this, in a short, is the result of their innovation. This innovation has helped to fight against malnutrition in the north of the region of about 55%. So those products have also helped to increase their living conditions of farmers. So this, in a short, is the innovation of the farmers. If you have any questions. Thank you.
Je voulais justement demander tout à l'heure pour qu'on
Thank
comprenne
you,
mieux ce
Siaka.
qui se passe. Est-ce
All right.
que vous voulez, est-ce que c'est de la poudre de moringa, des feuilles de
But
moringa
the
qui
question, do you guys make moringa powder? Are you using moringa leaves or what? I'm going to let her answer the question. She's going to give you more information about the process. So she's speaking a local language, and then the translation is going to follow later. So please be patient. So yeah, we have different types of flour, moringa, in different types of teas that I use. So these are kind of mixed to make different ingredients, and that's how we got the powder. Like the powder is a mixture of different like types of leaves.
Ça va bien et c'est une, ce sont des innovations très intéressantes, surtout que
These are very interesting innovations because they allow to make a link between farmers and stuff, and they can make connection between different types of cereals, and this is going to allow them to enrich the different types of flour.
Justement la politique de la culture de moringa qui est un arbre à feuilles riches en vitamine A. Beaucoup de pays sont en train d'adopter la culture de moringa dans leur politique de lutte contre la nutrition. Et c'est très encourageant de voir que les femmes y pensent, elles y ont pensé, et c'est vraiment très motivant par rapport aux innovations. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. And that was about my farmers more. So these women, we call them enlightened mothers because each one of them in her village, she's kind of enlightening other women that are locally implanted. Like each of them is going to like inform other women in her village or her city about the techniques that they are using. That's why we call them enlightenment. So thank you very much. Esther and Estelle, are you here for your presentation? So it's going to be for the last innovation here. Salah, are you here?
Vous êtes expert en agriculture et sciences de l'environnement.
You are an agriculture expert and environment science. You work on materials like steel, like food security, natural resources. You are Prolinnova Kenya coordinator, and you participate in the identification and the documentation and diffusion of local innovation. Are you here, Vincent?
Sure.
Yes.
Okay, merci. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Vincent. I would like to introduce to you our innovator, Mr. Stephen Oako, who is a small-scale farmer in our Kisumu Action Learning site. Now, his innovation is on improved fish smoker, which he will explain how it works. But before then, I will just give him a small opportunity to introduce himself. Then we play a short clip. Over to you, Steve.
Stephen is muted. Can he unmute, please?
Hello.
Okay, we heard hello.
Hello. Can I talk?
Yes, we hear you.
Yes, we hear you. Okay, I'm Stephen Oako from Kisumu. Yeah? Just go on. Okay, I'm an innovator of fish smoker. Yes.
Maybe time to show the video?
Yeah.
Now today we are here at Mr. Stephen's home to see and get more information about how his innovation works and the advancement that he has made along the way with this local innovation on improved fish smoker.
I'm a farmer. Formerly I was a driver, but nowadays I'm a farmer.
Maybe if you can tell us how your innovation works.
It's working, but it's good to have a charcoal and jiko made of metal, and this box is made of metal, and it's it's a heavy metal.
Okay, and how did you design it?
Because I have started with the sufuria, but the sufuria was too light. When when you put the herbs, it's budding before the fish get to be prepared. So I was decided to have this, the heavy metal, and herbs burn slowly to get inside the fish so that it can be preserved.
And if I can see it correctly, I see it kind of involved some sorts of welding.
Yeah.
So did you do it alone or somebody helped you in designing it and ultimately bringing up a fish smoker in shape as it is?
I was deciding myself, but when I go to the welder, to make it round like sufuria was not easy.
Wonderful. Now maybe if you can explain to us or tell us where you got the resources, if maybe the support came from elsewhere or...
Because I was really like the fish smoker. I was decided to make it, so because we like that fish smoke more than because of the oil. Nowadays we don't like so much, but this one you can use it without oil, and it's very nice when you eat, and it's so good.
And for how long have you been using this?
2016 up to now.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, and from all that time as you move along, have you made any adjustment maybe to make it work better?
Yeah, before I was not using some herbs because I didn't know, because some are poison, and so I've learned a lot of herbs now.
Okay, and as a result of maybe the introduction of herbs into the whole system, can you maybe share with us some of the results that you've so far achieved?
Not really, but we have tested from the older one to this. We put some face to the older one and some to this. So I've tested the quality of these herbs and the quality of the other one. That one cannot take only 1 month and it come rotten, and this one can take 3 months.
To our viewers, my name is Ruth Olale. I work with Kenya Agricultural Livestock Research Organization based in Kisumu and partnering with Prolinnova, Africa. And today we are in Steve's home, one of our innovators. And so we want to see what is actually happening in Osir village. So Mr. Steve, you have explained about the technology or the innovation. I would like you to just share with us how you have been able to share this technology with the local people in your community.
We have a farmer field day within the city, and we have a field day within the Sumu Town West. So we have gone with this, and they know how these things work. And some will come to share with me, and they want to know how it works, and some they like it. And some community they already buy from me, some.
Thank you, Mr. Steve. Those who have bought this technology, what is the results? How have they benefited? And have they also shared this technology further?
But I've already, because this box is still small, so they can, it's not for business, but it's for the family. So they all, and you know, the economy of Kenya now is too high to get fish and do this one, but they like it. Yeah.
Yes, and now that they like it and you like it, we want you to just share with us how this has impacted food security or food in your home, and how it has impacted the nutrition in your home and even income. Does it have any effect? Has it changed your family in any way?
Yeah, it changed my family because at first I've said the face is nowadays is too small, and you can go to the lake from 12 to 6 to buy a fish for just 40 shillings or 100. So it takes a lot of time. So you can go for 400 to 500 if you have money and you smoked, and the other day you can work and you eat. So it's helped me in the family, and the other people can buy this.
Yes, thank you. And now I want to say, what are the challenges of this innovation for you in case you want to make it even large scale? What is your challenge?
My challenge is finance because of using the materials. it needs heavy metals.
Okay.
Yeah.
And now that you have a challenge of finances, and it looks like you have an opportunity to make more. How are you going to solve your challenges? Because you can even have a factory if you wanted to, but how will you have your own local solutions to improve on this innovation and to expand it?
Yeah, we have shared this with the fisheries officers, and they say that they can help us to make it, but they still not yet respond. And for now, we are still think how to make it bigger than this, and our challenge is finance.
It is finance.
Yeah.
And so,
But,
in 2 years,
yeah.
we're just asking, you have this technology, where will your family be in 2 years using this innovation?
It's help us to save labor and other challenges.
We pray that the technology will continue.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the clip. Back to you, Christine, for more guidance.
Christine, you are muted.
Christine, votre micro est coupé. Activez votre micro, s'il vous plaît.
Je pense qu'avec cette dernière innovation, nous arrivons à la fin de notre
The last two innovation
la sécurité alimentaire et nutritionnelle.
with the
Je remercie
food
également
and
tous les facilitateurs
security.
et toutes les
I
innovatrices et
want
tous les
all the
innovateurs. Vous avez
facilitators
vu que ma session
and
était
all
dominée pratiquement
the
par
innovators.
le savoir-faire des femmes au niveau des innovations.
So my person working like I do it with the
En
innovation.
Afrique, il y ait autant de dynamisme
So
et
I want
d'énergie au
to
niveau des femmes à la
say
base
that in
pour
Africa there is
s'occuper
dynamism
de trouver les
with
solutions
the
pour la
women
santé, pour la
innovators
famille et pour la bonne
who
nutrition.
are fighting for the health of the
Merci
family
beaucoup.
and
Je
food
pense que la session
the
suivante est consacrée
children
aux
and all the
questions-réponses, mais
population.
j'ai vu que nous allons prendre
So
une
the
pause.
next session is about question and answer.
La session est, d'après les informations que j'ai modérées par Chécha,
All
donc
the questions,
merci beaucoup de nous avoir donné
not
l'opportunité
anything
de modérer
for
cette session.
question and answer. So thank you to have moderated this session.
Thank you very much, Christine, and thank you for all the farmer innovators. Thank you to all the farmer innovators, facilitators.
Thank you so much, everyone. Chesha, are you here?
Yes, I am.
We've heard from really amazing speakers this morning or afternoon or evening, wherever you are. We are going to just take a brief 5-minute break. We're not getting too many questions from the audience, and the Prolinnova team has been answering the questions directly in the Q&A. So we'll just use this time for a quick 5-minute break, and we'll come back at 45 minutes after the hour for the final 2 sessions. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you in just 5 minutes. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back. I know some people might still be taking a short break. We will be hearing the next session on agroecology and climate change adaptation. I believe Jibril will be moderating the session next.
I can go, Julia.
Hi, Jibril.
So can I start? That was the question.
Yes, I believe you can begin. We're just checking in with Umi and Abdel to support you here.
Yes, I'm on board.
But I think you can begin to introduce the topic if all of the translators are back as well.
Yeah, we are. We are.
You can begin now, I think, Jibril.
Yes. Bonjour à tous et à toutes.
Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jibril Cham. I'm the director of an organization that works in development. We are a member of the Prolinnova network, Senegal, and I coordinate the country, the platform. It's a great pleasure for me to moderate this session, and which is about agroecology and climate change adaptation. As you know, agriculture, it turns around a lot of activities. And those activities are all linked to the weather, because a lot of factors influence the choice of farmers in the way they produce. As you guys know today, agriculture is confronted with two challenges. The first one is a population, a growing population, growing world population. The second one is about adapting to the climate change that had a lot of impact with greenhouse effects. Now, the impact of climate change are visible and they are in many sectors, but small-scale farmers or smallholders, ones that are impacted the most by climate change. And here, we have a lot of scientific research, recent research that has been done on agroecology, and they are very appropriate in terms of adaptation to climate change. Now, farmers in this problem, they did not sit cross-legged. They were active. They were not inactive. They tried to improve their living conditions. Now, in this session, we will listen to farmer innovators from Senegal. They are 4. And we have 2 moderators. The first one is going to be Abdel. Abdel is the sub-regional coordinator from West and Eastern Africa for Prolinnova. And we have Uminya as well, who's the coordinator of the Japasa project in Senegal. And her specialization or her session is going to be about the water management in Senegal. So they will explain to us the innovation They're gonna do it in a local language in Wolof, and Abdel is gonna translate, so you guys can get the gist of the innovation. But without any further ado, I'm gonna give the floor to Abdel, who's going to start the first innovation. Now, Abdel, you have the floor. So thank you, Jibril. I'm not gonna go into the protocols. So I'm gonna go straight to the point. First innovator. If you guys are ready, I think it's Asangay. Asgay, not Asangay. Asgay. So Asgay is gonna present. Her innovation is about the dripping, like the PVC tubes in irrigation. So if you're ready, you can start your presentation. It's okay, I'm ready. Can you lower your face mask so we can hear what you say?
Première innovation mooy ci wàllu second ndox.
So he's speaking a local language and he's gonna translate, and I will translate.
Masha Allah wax dëgg yàlla bu nga commencé ba léegi daal ndaa bu njëkk dinaa roose ay jukki wala ay te boobu day xool day yóbbu bari bari xool depuis juróomi at si gannaaw yëpp daal yàlla bu mu tombé sa papa feebar instant boobu maa war a jël ay surga boobu instant boobu aw ma temps pour jël ay surga taxawal leen mu mujj def science daal wax dëgg yàlla wàllu innovation dafa nekk loo xam ne nekkul loo xam ne maa ngi jàng kenn daf yaakaar ma science kii bi ma bëgg dégg ni rek waaye ma science daal di yàlla war nga mën def fii war nga def sama place.
So can I translate a little? That's what Abdel said. So Abdel is going to translate in French. So please, can you stop there so I can translate it in French? So his name is Aske. He lives in Saint Louis in the north of Senegal. So his innovation, he got the idea from, because his father was sick, he was very ill, and he didn't have enough time to take care of his field, and he could not hire a person to water the field. So he thought about doing something that could allow him to have his garden watered, saving time, and then that would help him to irrigate his field. So that's how the idea came to him. So you can continue and tell us more about your innovations.
ki ñu daal di xool man sama première innovation boobu première li ci jëkk ci roose mooy nawe laa jëkk nawe bi ci toppaat mara si soble wax yàlla macha allah ndax lu war jël ay ñetti surga ñeenti surga yow kenn bu amee surga weer naka ma roose ci 5 mois.
He's speaking in his local language again, and then they're going to translate, and I will translate for you.
Pour mon innovation, j'ai commencé à irriguer avec cette innovation l'oignon, le navet.
He started with turnip, and he realized that when using that technique, he didn't need to have any labor anymore, because the technique was so efficient, and it helped him to save a lot of money. Because when you take a lot of people working for you, like labor, this is gonna cost you money. Now that helps him to augment his production and to have more money. And he wanted the other producers, like the producers or the other farmers, to see what his innovation. So in his village, he's an example of innovation. People are following his example to try to do more.
level na penna to nek ina ko jonti mag man nak no le mag mag ka man bo nek xale lo nek nek xale ka man te batay sa ni affaire xawa dess ni ta batay ni sa bi ñu ki mu ay mu ko yoro ay kura yoy
language
mu gëna egg mu ni ki day gëna wañ day gëna
Voilà, grâce à son innovation, il a pu être un modèle dans le village et dans...
Thanks to his innovation, as we said, he's a model, he's an example in his neighborhood. And we have a lot of people that copied his model and they're doing the same exact thing. And in terms of perspectives, that's a question.
Cette innovation peut entrevoir comme perspective en termes
What can, what are your future projects about that innovation? For example, are you thinking about sharing it? What can you tell us about that, like your perspective for that innovation? So she's translating that. Are you thinking of sharing it, like making it go to places where it's not like? So he's speaking a local languages again. Abdel will translate.
Grâce à cette innovation, se déplacer vers d'autres villages qui ont eu à avoir besoin de ces services. Il s'est déplacé, il est allé là-bas installer des champs à d'autres paysans qui en avaient besoin.
Donc, du coup, c'est une innovation qui a une certaine facilité de réplication, on peut le dire ainsi.
I'm sorry, we had an interview. Yes, there was a connectivity. But he was saying that thanks to his innovation, we had a lot of people in the neighboring villages. They copied exactly what he's doing.
Il a dit que c'est l'installation qui est parfois difficile, mais une fois que les...
Now, he's talking about the challenges now. One of the most difficult problems is like the setting of the tubes. Because it takes time and it takes money. Yeah, it's one of the most difficult challenges.
Yeah,
I translated before up there. So thank you. Maybe we're going to go to the next presenter. I think it's Mamadou. Mamadou, are you ready?
L'utilisation de pépinières pour la culture de Congo. S'il vous plaît,
his innovation is about. Yeah, Ibu, can you reduce? Can you make sure you don't have any background noise because we can hear a lot from you? Could you guys mute yourselves or do something to avoid the background noise? So he's speaking a local language.
chaque jour dana soxla litre ndox par jour mais boo pépinière nag benn jour bi 20 litres la lay laaj par jour kon soo ko defee 25 jours da ngay am bon bis bu ne da nga am 80 litres bénéfice kon 25 benn waay moom ko xelal rek ma xalaat que def ko mu depuis 2016 laa ko commencé léegi nag bi mu
il dit bonjour à tout le monde.
So he's saying good morning to everyone. His innovation comes from a friend who advised him to do it because he wanted to have a small field of okra, a garden. It works in Senegal, and this is the reason why he initiated that project. Like it works well.
boo koy roosee ñun benn bu dina soxla litre ndox.
Il dit que pour 100 pieds de gombo, si on fait des semis depth, ça va...
100 plants of okra, so he needed 1 liter of water. So when there is a gardening of okra gardening, instead we can have 20 liters for all the gardening. Speaking in a local language.
125 voyages par jour. 125 voyages par jour nga am mu ngi bind que ci 25 jours yi maanaam bis bi 25 voyages nga am yaa ngi am 2 voyages kon am nga bénéfice 80 litres am nga bénéfice
Speak in a local language and we'll translate that.
La pépinière permet de réduire de l'eau.
So that's what garden, it helps you to reduce water consumption because he was like watering in 25 days. So he would use like 20,000 liters of water for the 25 days. There's connectivity issue, I guess, because I can't hear them anymore. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you.
À l'innovateur précédent, quels ont été...
The questions are going to be similar, like the ones that I asked the previous innovator. In addition to productivity, gains, what other outcomes did you get from the innovation? Translating.
Ah, okay. 25 voyages. 25 voyages. Maanaam 4 voyages. 5 voyages. nga ko indi benn voyage. oo nappaleen maanaam 25 jours yi fekkee pour da nga war a fay 2 mois. pour góor samay dëkk 2 mois nga war a fay. kon 35 jours ngay fay.
D'accord. En dehors de cela, de l'aspect pécuniaire, il a dit que
apart from like you, what I got from the innovation is the reduction in terms of working time, because most for the kind of orchard, he was be working more than with the innovation. It helped, it kind of time saving.
Il y a un souci, certains n'arrivent pas à suivre. So I'm gonna just summarize what has been said, but
well, can you guys hear?
Which was presenting about an okra nursery innovation to save water, but also to save time for okra growing. So basically, what was said is that using nursery before in the growing of okra is a way to save time, but also to save money, since the amount of water that is used to grow this crop is lower by the nursery. So globally, I think that this is what was explained by this innovator.
Yeah.
Abdel, on peut passer au troisième plutôt.
So maybe we're going to go to the third presenter. Thank you very much, Mamadou. Are we going to go to the third innovator from Senegal? And the name is Adama. And the innovation is going to be some water bottles. Adama, if you're here.
Oumi, il faudrait qu'il prenne le temps de disons, d'articuler assez bien pour que nous puissions saisir et rebondir.
So, could you make sure they speak really well so that we can hear them? Because most of the time we don't hear what they are saying. So it's important that they speak louder so we could hear them. So he's speaking a local language.
Il fait ses salutations et décline son identité.
He's saying hi to all of you. And his name is Adama from St. Louis in the north of Senegal. And he's going to share his innovation with you.
mooy dem ba mujj da ngay xel mooy xalaat ni waa tee naa jéem def lii ndax dana dem di liggéey ci tool yi léeg-léeg machine yi di paan ñu dem ba liggéey ba am war ma 2 mois wala 1 mois et demi suñu machine paan ci biir semaine bi ñuy réparer machine bi yàqu foofu mu yàqoon na gàncax gi day mar ba am na ci yoo xam ne day mujj yàqu complètement wala nga gis ci loo xam ne sax boo waroon am 100% da ngay dem ba mujj yow 40% ngay am.
Ok, d'accord. Et expliquer les raisons pour lesquelles il a.
He was explaining the reason why he had this innovation. He thought about the innovation because for irrigation, most of the time you use pumps and machines. And most of the time they break down. When they break down, you have to think about solutions to solve the issue. And to avoid like being inactive in times of breakdown, they thought about like implementing solutions. That's how the idea of his innovation came. And it's about the use of 20-liter bottles. He's speaking local language again.
Bënn ko ci suuf soo bënnee ci suuf bënn ko tur yu sew comme système bu tàggu moom boo ci defee ndox il faut moom muy dem ci suuf si rapidement moom mën na fa toog 2 jours 3 jours boo amee sa lu mel naka nawe wala lu mel naka kaani ba ci garabu mango sax da koy liggéey wala lu mel naka suppami tey boo ko jëmbatee ci pegg bi bënn ci boor ndox boobu mën na fa ne di toq digg boobu mën nga ko dépanner si machine wala bu dee da nga ñàkkoon carburant mën nga lijjanti lu mel noonu dafa gàncax gi di dee fekk dana am ndox mu réservé foofu gàncax gi di ci mën di dund bay nga mën dellu si waat loolu daal lu ñu gis.
Allez-y, Oumi.
Comment il a fait l'installation de son.
So he's talking about how he got to that. Yeah, we can hear you. That's what Abdel told me. We can hear you. We don't hear you. Yeah, now we. Yeah, okay. He was explaining the process of his innovation. 20-liter water bottles that were most of the time dumped, like garbage. So he had the idea of collecting them from the garbage to make them useful instead of them being a problem. So he thought about using them in his garden, and that helped a lot. So this is how he managed to combine like different types of gardening.
yu gën a sabab loolu sax am na lu am daanaa roose ci bassin yi di tànk ci bassin yi di sotti daanaa jukki ci teen yi mais dem ba mujj sama tànk mu def am blessure ci tànk mu def handicap léegi nag comme système boobu nag sama tànk ñemeetul ndox nag yooyu yëpp gis naa ne bokk na ci li nga xam ne si gën na ma dimbali.
En fait, l'autre raison c'est aussi il a dit qu'il a eu.
But the other reason is he had a handicap. At a certain moment of his life, he was injured. And at that moment, he could not move as he wanted. And he thought about having this because with this technique, you didn't need to be moving all the time to water. So that like injury contributed a lot to this innovation.
Est-ce que Abdel, vous êtes là?
Oui, j'avais
Abdel, are you here?
avec l'électricité, j'ai eu une coupure.
Oh.
Voilà, bon, là, nous risquons d'être hors des temps. J'avais une question spécifique pour
we might be of time. I had some specific question, but because of the time, we need to go to the fourth presenter. So if the fourth presenter is ready, because we're running out of time. It's going to be a woman. Her name is Abigail.
Concernant l'association culturelle. Donc, si Abigail est
And she's going to be talking in the name of an agriculture organization. Abi, are you ready?
Abigail, boo mënoon yëkkati baat bi tuuti dina baax ñu mën laa dégg bu baax.
Abi, could you speak louder so we could hear you? Because most of the time we don't hear you well. So Abi, could you introduce yourself, your innovation, and what are your perspectives in this innovation? Good morning, my name is Abigail. I live in Kaladan. I'm in agriculture.
Bonjour tout le monde, je m'appelle Abigail.
Have the translation.
Au village de
I live in Canouis, in the north of Senegal.
de culture. C'est la raison pour laquelle on m'a
And I
invité
make an association of culture. That's the reason why I've been invited here, so I can share my innovation with you.
ma commencé 2010 comme boole leen ñoom ñaar si benn plan bi loolu noonu dina wàññi sa ndox li nga doon def si ndox comme nga ñëw roose fii roose fee dina wàññi sa ndox ñu si benn plan bi te comme bu fekkee da nga nekk si liggéey kër comme tool yi noonu doo mën jël temps bu bari da nga dem si tool yi nga kii noonu ñëw si kër gi continuer sa liggéey kër.
D'accord. J'ai commencé cette innovation en 2010
So I
parce que
started innovation in 2010 because when I was associating the two agriculture, like two crops, I'm a married woman. I don't have a lot of time because I have a lot of work to do as a housewife. I have problems to manage my like working in the house, the housewife, and working on the fields. And I wanted to find something to help me combine both, like do them effectively. That's how this innovation came to my mind.
def fee nii sama fare wàññi ko na benn fare noonu noonu laay def bu dee ndox bet ci benn palaat bi lay boole ndox bi ma def li may def après ma dem ñibbi.
Cette association m'a permis aussi de diminuer mes coûts de
Now,
production liés
associating both allowed me to reduce production costs, like pesticides that I was using, because when I separate the two types, I had a lower yield. But when I combined them, the yield was better. We have to stop, unfortunately, because it's 15 minutes, 15:15, and that was the time that was allotted to us, so we cannot go any further. Maybe I'm going to give the floor back to Jibril. So he's going to give to the moderator, to the next moderator. Thank you, Abdel. Thank you.
Thank you, me also, for these innovators. So for the 4 innovators, they have enough impact. The first was the consumption of water, and also the reduction of water used. The time work also, meaning the time we used to water the garden was reduced. The third aspect was in terms of productivity. So we gain more in terms of
space in that production. And the last one was the adaptation of this innovation in the area. So thank you for all the innovators and to Abdel also. So I will give the floor to Emin Karbo from Ghana to continue for the next session. Thank you for all.
Carbo, you are unmuted.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, so hi to all. And before I go on, let me acknowledge my colleague Jibril Senegal Prolinnova for successfully moderating the session on agroecology and climate change adaptation. Let me welcome you all on behalf of the Prolinnova family to this exciting session on livestock innovations in smallholder farming systems. Let me also assure you that we will need for now to do a little bit of reflection because we are expecting at least 2 farmer innovators to share their experiences with us, and they will be introduced very soon for the interaction with the objective to inform through this medium farmer-led innovation development and livestock keeping in northern Ghana. And I assure you, harvested stories will be told, and we will be looking at the processes, the antidotes for swine fever and pigs, and also Newcastle in poultry. I therefore invite you to reflect a bit on the importance of the livestock innovations in small-scale farming. This may enable us to appreciate the messages from the innovators. We first think of these innovations aimed at sustaining smallholder herds. We know this group of actors form a larger constituency, even though the farmer, they have fewer animals. Yet they contribute a lot to our economies. It is also important to note that once we're dealing with health issues in livestock, they are often missed out in terms of the conventional packaging and pricing models of those inputs. But however, they are so resilient and have the stay on power, willing, committed, dedicated to do things in other ways so as to sustain these small heads that they have, so that they can perform those important functions in the household. And so moving to the benefits, we need to also point out that once there is survivability assured, then these small heads can perform the known functions to the family. That is by way of supporting the livelihoods, by way particularly in the crop livestock systems, food and nutrition, security, diversity, incomes, and recognition socially. And above all, their socio-cultural well-being and spiritual well-being. I must also add along the line of reflection that these innovations in the livestock area are also time-bound, location-specific, and they are delivered timelessly. And that makes it very, very important. And they rely on natural resources within the system, which of course agrees with the agroecology and climate smart practices we are talking about. I must also draw your attention to the sustenance of the knowledge systems. I think in this case, the farmers are able to develop human capacity, indigenous knowledge, keep on burning and rolling, so that there is no knowledge erosion. And then finally, I should say, all these cannot happen in a vacuum. The policy space is important, such that the innovations can thrive. For example, we have had policies of where veterinary services has been privatized. Though it looks like a double-edged knife, we think there is space for the private sector, particularly for farmer innovators, to contribute their quota to the health service delivery system. And that is why we may call on the decentralized systems as well as the research systems to pay attention to this aspect of work and factor them into their research and policy agenda setting. I think having made these few remarks, I will move on to introduce to you Dominic Avia, the Director of Livelihoods and Advocacy at the Navrongo-Bolgatanga Catholic Archdiocese, and Mr. Foster Awini, Ethnovet Project Manager of the Association Church Development Projects, to facilitate the presentation by our farmer innovators. Thank you. Over to you, Dominic and Foster.
Thank you, Doc, very much. So this afternoon, I will engage in Yawazuri on the swine fever management innovation. We have a video in addition, so I will interact with him for a few minutes, then we can play the video. The interactions are going to be centered on how the processes leading to the innovation, the value addition as the innovation went through the PID, the Participatory Innovation Development, what was added to the innovation through that process. Then we look at the benefits of the innovation, and we'll look at the future directions or the future aspirations of the innovator with regards to the innovation. So the innovator is Yawazuri. She's a small-scale farmer who is into mixed farming, cereals, livestock, and also produces crops. Most of the livestock that she raises are small ruminants. Most of the livestock she raises are small ruminants, then that of pigs, and then local fowls. So her innovation is on managing the African swine fever in relation to pig. So I'll let him give us the details, and I can translate. So yeah, Zura, of Africa.
Madame nga po karo tin kuno wishe. Bima yo ordila azuri ya yela ayelbiya. Ye mana tinga po kala mo.
That I would like to greet all stakeholders and all partners working with farmers. His name is Yawazuri from Ayelbia, a community in Upper East of Ghana.
Chino adila gilga ba akur kudma ba an mu akobi okuma man hale kata makaji do mako bisu miti itlan yo mako ye deklan ko shiala iso kala mo kat karagongo pase serga awana oduma ana re ko na tawa ana ita le dia ko ana boro mai ngorala bala bala kale yang mampano kala bala dike kita monma.
What she said is that the innovation came about. She's a pig farmer, and some years back, a disease came and was killing all the pigs within the area. And the pigs are dear to him because that's where he earns some income. So she sat down and thought of it. She didn't know what to do. So she decided that since when the disease comes, the animal is not able to eat, she decided that she would go to the bush and get some herbs and come and mix it and give it to the animal and see maybe it will improve their appetite. So she went to the bush and harvested Sira and Kargongo. Those are the
I believe that we've lost them. We do have a video, so we can go ahead and play the video of Yahweh's innovation. There's the back.
Kara, na yuri mili azuri yao. O kana kala yisi. Mamba. Yo yuri tu sala. No kurba ayo ko wana. Ko kura ku kuma hale la kata yelo. Kuma mon hale la ngoma gang.
Looks like the sound quality is not good. Maybe that's a local language. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay, Ramu. Mapa muna mandia. Inda wumo na karabu utama. Ili siara mpa. Ndio da. Ba ili kuku mwazi na kwa wenda kata ujiwa. Yawre na bula puru. Ndio mandik bana bai. Kustama. Juma. The key.
I guess there is going to be translation now because the person is speaking a local language. It's not English.
Bala kele yamba do le ji bilena yo chamo bi le won ma har ke ngare man ko se en ngale kele karagon ite tenga di bari shirga bare ngi ko ma no kapo bala no rana en kuna Boga bala kapa room 9 over 7 boga bala kapa 9 ila baki na barla ya kan mishana ko kabire biri bilga ke shalaka ko na yi lokwa ya Bala han lui kenga nan itari kapa ko bonana ndi ko en bagan dia won diki bora ba ande ko bo bala ko bo paare wan wi e ko baba le bo tina di ba ko era na sak dan kale damba di si na la mi ko wen ngale ka ta am tide ti ko di ba ki ko go ko diki in ko ni yalla ke kan ina ko wa bu ko le so diki maka nure diko ki ha no aw bulba am bulba bala da suma yi sambo an yang pa da suma yi da bulba amin ai ta yi ko ba ha min yang ita wana di gana wa bore wa wiki ko ba ha ina saka ba ala kan mama ya poti ene ma yota ita shala dile ndiki le ko ko tula bana pa ko ki imba do ko do wa di ka ba tun kana wa pa no poti ene pa ha da dile sai tin dik ba bo siyan sa tamala be da di bolka korala ba ha poti la pa ma tan ina pa ba ko wana dike kan i do ko aka pa bi la ko ne ki shala ma ha do ko imi ba to ma ba tin tara panga wo mandu vacanza tara panga sina mait manye jusone e bono pondi le mam po pilin wa ma jendi le e karba tun ton mam pa mam pona ba ba ma poti re yelnga te mantana nerba ba yibi batasi an wo to de se no za ma za han je ti yibi ti ta makanta ya anura ma jile sim e bala iya ba te mata to tarana je be nera za kan bona sun wata minima karba tun ton wala panga bahati mata nera fa bungu mina nera bi be deti songro bona min dela mamme ta mata ba mi ta widema sokra it o ko bonna ndeki engwane mandeke bo ta mi songa menga ta ye jusone jil mazia bala be bo mana pupilo deno mamme ton ta nyem poti re engsela nera mi ya yur mazia bala la ma ala nandi la pupilo bo ma juju e par de la to maza sampon mata ba banu ba hampon kadik ba kuora nyegala kuora ligri de ma mengan ku kudumala ma urbala ba ka kile ba ma kuora me to ma ko mata ka ba lo da wiru bara dikwa kinta e dara yar boran pokata do rajere to dita so mate ba bahte ba bud ma yeba yungu me jojo nam lungu selati bonte ba hantane ba song man ba lemana ile ba bole wi ba tuma me toma te ba hayang ni ingni sela yirwa giranga tembo nore te sai tin inga ta engba doga kalam de be ba hakan yang bala de lewa nerba mi yanga mi nyagala yala ju borati ba tura nyagala mamme ka ta ina taba pan wana so hana tawi singen kalo bale fini ba kan yang pa la na tin in ingsi ndi uta balala han kan ta ing di ti ba han ki uta song ma ti yene moti chen ina iner ba pa han ko ti sing mona ti ka tuba pan ta wa yirma nerba la me na so wi de sokla borala ta do pan jiri ti nera wo mburi ta pa ga tu
Okay, so we are back. Can I continue?
We are there. Our time is running.
Okay, yes. So we are back. Sorry for the inconvenience due to the technical issues. I just want to summarize what we saw in the video and what he was saying, since our time is running. He indicated that he went to the bush and considering the taste of the herb, he decided that to get the local herb, the Sera and the Targongo. I think the scientific names are in the video. So she assumed that because they taste bitter, when the pigs take them, then it will be able to improve their appetite or the appetite of the pig that they can feed on. And that was how she tried it. The first time they were not feeding well, so she added salt to see if the salt can improve on the taste. And when the pigs takes it, they survived, they didn't die. So she went on to try, and that is how she came by the innovation. So, yeah, what about the Palman? Kaba Tumba Wanala, the Kisala, Paha, on the poor.
Maminga da taro la ko bona da jima ni ta kan kino e ka mana wa ba da ni kino ta alke ngarang ngang ni da shi ma itla ma ay di ila ni ma da na ta shi ko ni ngam ton ma yi o ma da kan ngi ni dari ke ba ba pa da ne jonna ti jonna ni ti ni ma ni ngam ta pa e ba ingu kala karo nto ma ni ko ke kan fa ma yami bang de sa ingo ta ta ba ni le di e to sun
What she indicated is that engagement with development partners and others through the PID, what she was doing, it was difficult for her to do it in quantities and send to people who need it outside where she lives, because the concoction, as you can see an example of the concoction here, is bulky. So if this is if you have up to 100 pigs to get this quantity was difficult for her. So through the PID, they came out that they can prepare the herbs into a powdered form, which is transported to wherever they want to do it. And it can be boiled at that place, obtain the solution and used to feed the pigs at that place. Then the other aspect is also the herb. That the herb is in the bush. You can only get it in the bush to harvest. So the PID part of it was to look at how the herbs can be propagated to ensure its sustenance, that it can always be there and can be accessed when the need is there. So these two are the part that the PID added to her innovation. So Balaza and the Euro, the Kono, Kohil Idla Tarab.
But maminga ko fi ta yi en yang bor ye ko ta da ya na mu ji bor ndi wala la ri mo ndi ya ngor shi ku da ado da bo wala ri mo ji
What he's adding is that the benefits he's getting from the innovation is that he's happy that with her innovation, people are able to save their pigs from dying and can earn something from the pigs. So she feels satisfied when she sees that the way pigs used to die in the area, they no longer die like that because people can use a concoction. The second benefit he also drives is that he's able to save his animals from dying, which he sells, and the money he gets, he's able to take care of his family needs and other things. So those are the benefits. He also added that through the PID processes, he has learned to talk in public. He confidently talk with people, and his social status has been raised because partners come to interact with him in the community. So the never came one with more but to include to the woman.
Maborte yasun dile bilama ti ti ngu ti ba tane wa na gere ngi sala yiri bonna kem bon ma yiri sakana ijige ta ko en banana bilana kangara ka bona la ti ti jilbe ti san on san kan yabala di o yan yan na mot ken ta ashushi nearby person in a quantity tiny kimo. Kataba pine one, Balalati, one never,
I asked of the challenge, and what he's saying is that through the PID, one of the help was successful to be propagated, but one of them did not succeed. So that is still a challenge because he doesn't know in the future how he's going to handle that. So he is looking for more studies into that help that could not be propagated, such that if it can be propagated, then it can help to bring it closer to the house and he can have continuous access to it. The second one he's also talking about is that he needs financial support to be able to go to the bush and harvest larger quantities. So he's asking that if he's able to access any funds that he can get a tricycle that can help him to improve, or that can help to solve his challenge of accessing the help. So, okay, I think this is briefly what I have to discuss with him since time is not on our side. So I'll hand it over back to Dr. Cabo to continue the session. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dominic. And I think Foster is to facilitate Sadia. Can they come on? Even though time, we still have some 5 to 10 minutes.
Good afternoon to everybody. I'm pleased to introduce Sadia Wintima Yakubu, the innovator of a Newcastle vaccine. She's a small-scale farmer who is into poultry raising. I think we have a short video to show on her innovation. In that video, there will be a voiceover introducing her into more detail. And then she will also demonstrate how she came by the innovation, how the innovation is prepared and administered, then her observations of how effective the innovation is in treating her poultry or protecting her poultry against Newcastle disease. She will also briefly compare the cost of her innovation to orthodox treatments. Julia, kindly show the video.
Sadia Yakubu Wuntima is a young female poultry farmer in Wulugu, West Mamprusi district in the northeast region of Ghana. Most of the poor, including women and the youth in her community, rear poultry as a livelihood and as a business. Sadia, after completing school, decided to start commercial poultry farming. She narrates how she got into the poultry business and her decision to adopt ethno-veterinary medicine practice.
Newcastle is a serious problem to farmers in this area. It can sometimes wipe a whole stock. And being a poultry farmer, I thought it wise to find a solution to the incidence of Newcastle disease. Growing up, my dad used to keep salt and then wood ash solution in water for the animals to be drinking during Harmattan season. But he never explained why he was doing that. I thought it wise knowing more about the ingredients, that is salt and then wood ash. I learned that wood ash is very rich in calcium and then potassium, magnesium, which are very good for chicken health. I knew and I read about aloe vera, which is also good for wound healing. So together, I thought it wise merging the two and then adding up other stimulants to it will produce a very good Newcastle disease vaccine for me. In preparing 2-liter units of the Newcastle vaccine, we use 10 grams of black pepper, 15 grams of bitter kola, 70 grams of garlic, 100 grams of ginger, and then 120 grams of aloe vera. So we grind all the ginger and the other ingredients together with 1 liter of water, with the exception of the aloe vera. So we will start by sieving the garlic ginger bitter cola mixture to have a fine solution. So we mix our wood ash solution. And this is our aloe vera we're coming to add. So you can equally just add it and mash and take off the green out. But if it is a mortar or a blender, you can blend into fine or smooth. So after getting the 2 liters of the vaccine, we then mix it together with water. That is 1 part of the vaccine to 2 parts of water. Then we serve the base. Okay, so we are done with our measurement and ready to serve.
The innovation is used for treatment and also as a prophylactic. For treatment, it is served for 3 to 4 days. And when used for prophylaxis, it is served for 3 days.
It's effective because I've been using it for a while now, and then I do get results. In 2019, we stocked 500 layers. So out of the 500 layers, we later sold 460 bears out as spent layers, representing 92%. In that same year, we stocked 200 broiler. Out of the 200 broiler, we sold 148 as mature bears out, representing 74% of the stock. And then currently we have layers we stocked in since September, and then we haven't lost any due to Newcastle disease. So I will say it's effective, and I'll recommend it to any other person who is into poultry. I would say it's cost effective. I would say it's easily accessible because you can walk into any provision store to get your garlic. But with the other synthetic drugs, you will either have to travel to Tamale or Boga to have it. So it being expensive, you will still have to pay for your own transportation, making it more expensive. I plan with the assistance of whoever may wants to help to assist in packaging my innovation, then sell it out to other farmers to benefit.
Foster, you're muted.
So this is a brief of Sadia's innovation. Sadia is present here personally. Maybe if she has other challenges or maybe what she's doing currently to work on her innovation, she will let us know.
Thank you. Thank you. Actually, I'm Sadia, and then with the Newcastle vaccine, I'm innovating. I have challenges alongside, and one of the challenges is packaging it nicely. Whenever I'm to prepare it, I have to prepare it, but I would have wished if it is prepared, packaged down, and well preserved, so that at any time I have the quantity I'm fetching, and then I'll just use it straight away. And I'm currently working with research institute, the research institute, MOFA, the veterinary service at the UDS to improve upon the innovation for further use.
So, Sadia, just being a little bit curious, want to know, so with this your innovation, how widespread is it? Has it been of benefit to other farmers other than you?
Yes, please. I have a colleague farmer in Bolga. Michael, in the Upper East region of Ghana. I took my bears with him same day, the ones I currently have. And then he lost over 300 bears due to Newcastle disease. So I recommended it for him. Then he has used it since then. Those that were weak, he was fortunate, some were able to recover, but he lost some, and then he's doing well. He's okay.
Okay, so this is what we have to say about Sadia's innovation. We'll hand over to Dr. Kabo.
Yeah, thank you, Foster. But before you go, I think there was a question on the regulatory system. Has she come into contact with the regulatory people about what she's doing?
Thank you. You mean Food and Drugs?
Yeah, those who regulate, and even the veterinary services people.
Yes, like I said, I'm currently working with stakeholders. So we are doing a research on that, and then from there we move to the regulatory bodies.
Okay, that's fine. And that is important as far as standardization is concerned. But the important is working, isn't it? You've given us the information. So thank you, Foster and Dominic, for facilitating our farmer innovators. And at this point, we bring down the curtains. Sorry, time wasn't on our side. And I will hand you over to a colleague, a friend of Prolinnova from Zimbabwe, Mutizwa Mukute, so that he may continue with the next session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mutizwa was just on the line here. He might have some connectivity issues because I don't see him right away. Give us just a moment.
Hello, everyone. We will see if Mutizwa comes on, and right now I will share with you the closing statement from A Grown Culture. It has been an incredible day to be part of this process with Prolinnova, an organization that is truly dedicated to supporting participatory innovation development, supporting communities and leading their own transformation, and recognizing that simple truth is incredibly radical in the world of development. And for that, We should be grateful that organizations like Prolinnova exist to lead the way in a system that is far too often corrupted with bad intent. So we are grateful to partner today with Prolinnova. We are grateful for all of the voices, the farmers from around the world that have shared. We are grateful for the lessons that we learned. And we hope that we can continue this process throughout the years. However, tomorrow we have another all-day event, 4 hours. So please tune in, join us, and we hope every one of you have something to think about as you go home tonight. So thank you for tuning in all over the world. Thank you to Prolinnova, Chesha, and the whole IST team. Thank you to Julia for really holding down the fort today. For all of you, we've seen incredible work from Julia and from Brendan, who's behind the scenes. You guys did an incredible job. And to our audience for giving us that energy and fuel. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Lauren. I do see that Mutizwa was just able to join back in. Oh, no, we might have gone again. No, I'm sorry. I spoke too soon.
Yes, I've joined. I've joined.
Great. Excellent. We see you. Please go ahead with some closing remarks. We are excited to hear you.
Okay, thanks very much for the disruption, and thanks very much to Cabo for introducing me. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. It has been a great pleasure being part of this process and listening to farmer innovators speaking. I'm going to talk about local innovation as a process that unleashes the creativity of small-scale farmers and produces results that benefit both the communities and the environment. Over the last 2.5 decades, during which I've interacted with small-scale farmers, farmer innovators, I've come to realize that their creativity is triggered by 3 main things. One, observing what is not working well, questioning prevailing wisdom, and the desire to find a solution to the observed and enhanced experience problem. For example, one farmer innovator in a semi-arid region observed that conventional contour ridges were draining away water instead of conserving it for the benefit of crops. Secondly, the emergence of a new challenge in a community can also trigger farmer creativity. For example, another farmer creativity was triggered by soil erosion in Chimanimani Mountains of Zimbabwe after the effect of Cyclone Elene in the early 2000s. And I think when I was listening to some farmer innovators earlier today, there was a lot of discussion about time constraints and financial constraints as key triggers of farmer innovations. I think Abby is one of the farmer innovators that talked about that, and Mamadou as well. So next, I would like to talk about how small-scale farmer creativity is sustained. So going beyond the triggering, the first phase. So it is sustained by imagining new solutions, testing the solutions and improving them based on how well they work. Secondly, by identifying what is working well somewhere and establishing why it is working well and applying the thing that makes it well. For example, the realizing that 1 month finger millet seedlings from a nursery could overcome the shorter growing seasons, as was I think experimented in Kenya. Some farmer innovators worked on that, and today we also had a similar innovation around okra that was presented. So those are some of the examples. Thirdly, through identifying and implementing technical solutions that overcome livelihood and environmental challenges, livelihood challenges such as food insecurity, livestock diseases, and environmental challenges such as droughts and shorter growing seasons. Then fourth, they are sustained by generating and implementing social institutional solutions to new and emerging challenges or protracted ones that have been around for long and continue to undermine production and degrade the environment. And these challenges are the kind that affect the effectiveness and uptake of social innovations. So you need social institutional developments, such as forming groups, forming organizations that promote farmer innovations. Lastly, I'm going to conclude by highlighting that local innovations by small-scale farmers tend to benefit both communities and the environment, because the small-scale farmer innovations in agroecology and natural resources management tend to be about managing and improving local resources. The innovations are not patented. In fact, local innovators are interested in sharing their innovations for the benefit of others. And we had, I think, the last speaker talking about how the vaccine that she has developed, how she would like to market that for the benefit of other farmers. The innovations are not patented. In fact, recognizing them through initiatives such as the PIRA Award in Zimbabwe would be an important source of inspiration. So if there can be awards that we give to farmers to inspire them to continue doing their good work, then for the good of humanity. Then secondly, and most of the local innovations have improved soil fertility, water conservation, cropping systems, crop and livestock, and adaptation to climate change, micro-watershed management. That's on one hand. And on the other hand, they've also increased production and productivity of crops, of fish, of livestock, and non-timber forest products. So, ladies and gentlemen, the creativity of small-scale farmers is critical for the future of agroecology and food systems, and should therefore be nurtured and celebrated. So thank you very much. I would like to hand over back to Lorraine from A Growing Culture.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mutizwa. Everyone, please come join us tomorrow, same time, same place. We look forward to being here with you and hearing from more farmers around the world. Thank you, and see you soon.
Bye, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Julia.
Thank you. Bye and out.
See you
Bye to
tomorrow.
everybody. Yeah.
Thank you. Bye.
We'll see you tomorrow. We'll hear you tomorrow. Right?
Thank you, Julia.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Sorry for inconvenience.
Pratap, hi.
Bye.
Bye-bye, everybody.
Nice to see you, Carlo. Thank you.
Right. See you tomorrow.
See you. Okay. People don't want to go away.
Yeah, but yeah, we'll see each other tomorrow, and then we can celebrate farmer innovation day. Yeah. But
And there's another link. You better come on that. Thanks.
Okay.
Okay.